There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Here we go. Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well on a beautiful Wednesday. Remember, Wednesdays we're on a little earlier than normal because we've got, of course, our Slowmans Inside the Paint program as Ira and Clay will take over now at the top of the hour. They'll join us in a couple of minutes for the crossover. So we'll have a little fun with the boys. We appreciate all of you, as always, tuning in. Got a bunch of guests today, as always. We got Ira and Clay doing their thing for an hour. Cameron Wolf will be joining us also. Joe Shad will be joining us. So we'll have our wall-to-wall Dolphins angles with everything that's gone on, with the coach making his introduction yesterday to a lot of the Dolphin Nation and to Tua and all of that. It was a really good video. And it was fun. It's just fun to see that now, everybody can be on the same page. So now you got a chance to move forward finally here with Tua. So I'm looking forward to all of this. And by the way, we've got to mention the big game is on Sunday, right? So we're going to have a broadcast leading up to the big game on Sunday. And we're going to be out at a place that I used to go to a lot. And it's interesting because I used to go to Champion Sports Bar in the Marriott back in the 80s a lot. Like we would go out there and check out games because it was always a cool place. So if you've been by the Marriott, the airport Marriott, right there off of Lejeune in the 836, it's grown. They've added extra buildings and all that. Well, the new building in the back, that's where the Champion Sports Bar is. And it is a really cool bar. I was blown away. Super classy, really nice, man. Obviously, the food is excellent. Had some of the food also. And TVs everywhere, which is obviously it's a sports bar. And we're going to be broadcasting on Sunday. So Sunday between 4 and about 6, I would say about 6:15, right around there, we'll do a pregame show for you leading up to the big game between the Bengals and the Rams. So if you want to join us, by the way, at 1201 Northwest Lejeune Road in Miami, right off. It's the beauty is it's literally off of the 836 and Lejeune. I mean, you can't miss it. It's the oldest Marriott here in I think in Florida or South Florida or something like that. It's crazy. It's been around forever. I stayed at that Marriott for 2 weeks years ago. We were moving from Hialeah to West Kendall, and the house wasn't ready yet, and we had to wait a couple weeks. So we stayed at that Marriott for 2 weeks. This is like 30-something years ago, man, like 37 years ago. And so we've been talking with them about teaming up and doing something. We might be, and we're going to be doing something there every month now, by the way. So we will be there once a month doing different broadcasts. So for those of you that work in that area or live in that area, and come on by, if you're in that area, Champion Sports Bar, those of you that used to go, because Champions used to get packed in the 80s. Okay. It was like a place on Friday nights. It was a place we would go, besides we'll go to that place for sporting events to watch stuff, but it was also kind of like a great hangout on a Friday night. And I used to go to it all the time, but now it's in that second building. It's really nice. So if you're, not busy on Sunday and you got time to watch us, watch. And if you got time to join us, I know it's short notice, but I would love to see you guys out there. Would love to bring a great crowd for our first broadcast out there at Champion Sports Bar. So if you got some time, come on out, man, and join us at Champion Sports Bar. All right. It's going to be a blast. We'll be out there, free secured parking. Okay. So bring your little ticket when you come in. You go through the gate, they give you the ticket, and then they'll stamp it or whatever the hell they do to the ticket. So you get your free parking. So there you go. All right. So just in case you got some time, come on out, man, to the Airport Marriott, to the Champions Sports Bar for our big game broadcast starting off at 4:00. That's going to be a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. Space Snack says, Google the two firms representing lawyers of Flores. Yeah, no, that's Emmanuel Acho gets the credit for that because everybody else is piggybacking off of Emmanuel. None of you came up with it, neither did I. Let's give Emmanuel Acho his credit. And he's an entertaining guy on air, by the way. He does a really good job. He's transitioned very well from player to analyst, talking head, whatever the hell you want to call him. But he does a really good job, and he's entertaining. And he pointed out that the law office that is representing Brian Flores has a total of 19 people. Every single one of them is white. Brian Flores isn't a bright guy. Let's separate the two from being a smart football coach. Okay? I saw his challenges. I saw decisions he made for 3 years at times that were baffling. I saw him trash Lovie Smith. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen all of this. That to me, I've watched all of this. So it's nothing new for me to see what's going on with him. And remember, what he did was he hired some buddies of his. That's what he did. He hired buddies. And that's where, you end up with an issue because you're not hiring top-notch lawyers because top-notch lawyers don't trash the coach. Okay? You don't trash Lovie Smith for your purposes. So if he would have had a real big-time lawyer, because we know not to do that, how did those lawyers not know what to do? And then exactly, you're filing, you're going against the NFL with their issues with diversity, and you go get an attorney or attorneys that are all white. It's so classic. It's just so moronic by the coach. You know, that's the funny part about all of this, man. Cruz Ruiz says early start today. No, Cruz, you're new to the show, obviously. It's an early start every Wednesday. Every Wednesday I start off around 8:45. Now, because at 9 o'clock we have the Slomans inside the paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. So that's how we roll. See? So that's the whole thing. So there you go. And speaking of Clay, Clay's already there. Let's bring Clay aboard. Let me get the damn board out of the way. We will await Ira. Clay, how you doing, my man? You doing all right?
I'm doing great, man. I'm just here without. I wish I had the glasses to pull off to get the show going, because that's how we roll. Once Ira jumps on and does that, like, that gets my juices flowing more than the coffee, more than anything else. So yeah, but all's good this morning.
He should be joining us any second now. A lot of trade action going on in the NBA yesterday over the last 48 hours. Let's just say.
This is fun, man. I was actually going to start the show by saying we've already had a more boisterous trade deadline than we did last year, and we're not even there yet. So, I think all of these deals that we're seeing and all the rumored deals that we're hearing about will somehow impact the Heat. I was interested to see the CJ McCollum trade. Even though it was two Western Conference teams, I think that's been one of the destinations you were thinking about potentially for Ben Simmons, was potentially going out to Portland in the CJ McCollum deal. So it's like
by the way, Clay, we caught him. We caught him with the glasses. But go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So, you're looking at all these deals, and even the ones that aren't directly impacting Heat's immediate competitors, it's like, okay, there's a trickle-down effect there. So got a lot to talk about and a lot to look through there. Now that Ira pulled off the glasses, like, I'm ready to roll.
Well, so I got to tell you, I didn't think I'd see anything this scary this morning than this. When I originally log on, as you guys know, you get the small screen until you make it bigger. Well, Clay, I guess, wearing the salmon-colored shirt or whatever, I didn't realize that this was our shirtless show. And I thought, like, oh, my God, now. It's like I got to first take the microphone off, and put it back on and connect it to, I don't know, my chest hair or something. But I got to tell you for a moment, Clay, seriously, I've had this issue before also. I once wore a salmon-colored shirt when I did one of these hits with the national outlet. And even my son, when he looked at the video, he's going, Dad, it doesn't look like you're wearing a shirt. So this is great. So we are going to get buff Clay Ferraro on the eve of the... Matter of fact, Big O, take your shirt off also. Let's just do this, okay?
Speaking of hair... Just saying.
I thought we were going right there. You know what? I was actually... My shirt now.
Go ahead.
I'm self-conscious now. Ira's made me self-conscious. So I'm going to run out there during the break, and I'm going to try to change really quickly.
No. I think this works. We'll all go Marky Mark. I think the ratings will go through the roof or end the show, one of the two, but nothing in between.
I'm going to have to, my hands are crossed. I'm going to have to raise them a little bit just so people aren't quite sure, the dead giveaway.
And you want to say, Clay, you want to save something for the big finale, for those final 20 minutes. So really at 9:38, either Clay's internet will crap out, or you're going to see stuff, folks, like you've never seen before. Even though I jumped in a little late, it's interesting, Big O, and I'll sort of talk about how the sauce is made. Usually Clay and I will talk ahead of time about what's going on. There is so much in today's hour-long show that I'm almost afraid when we reach the end, Big O's going to pop in, chia hair or not, and say, how about another hour, guys? So I guarantee you are going to get your Sloman Home Security's money's worth today, because between the trading deadline, between the Heat playing so well lately, between Spoelstra and Riley named top 15 all-time coaches, I mean, this is the moment, I think. And again, Clay might get up and dance, so it might be all that, and a little bit more.
I'm going to have a poll somewhere in here. I'm just not quite sure where to put it in yet. So.
One hardcore hour of Miami Heat and NBA talk. It is coming your way.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield Home Security System guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
What's up, guys? Welcome inside the paint. As I was trying to fix my, sorry to do this here, but it was all of a sudden cutting off my head. That should be a little bit better. Inside the paint here, you guys are already dropping some great comments, great questions there in the chat. So, Ira, I felt like last week, and understandably so, because of everything that was going on with the Dolphins, I had to filter through 30 Dolphins comments and questions in the chats before I would get to one Heat comment. And look, again, understandably so, that was an unbelievable week for all sorts of different reasons if you're a Dolphins fan. But it really feels like, even though Mike McDaniel named the head coach of the Dolphins the other day, these next 24, 36 hours as we get up to the NBA trade deadline and then the aftermath of it, and then now we're looking at the Miami Heat team that's in first place in the Eastern Conference. This is Heat time now. We're really getting to the point in the season where we're
except that the Dolphins are having their press conference tomorrow, which couldn't be worse timing.
Were we supposed to tell people that? I was kind of trying to. I wasn't sure if we were allowed to let.
Well, you know what?
I'm
I'm not an official Dolphins writer person, so I don't have to say anything. Honestly, the way the timing came down, I almost thought Big O was going to tell us we're going to have to be preempted today because there was a lot of thought that the Dolphins might do their introductory press conference today. But I think it would be wild, Clay, if the Dolphins are having their press conference tomorrow for their new coach, how I know everyone in town will be down there. And the Heat make a trade, and all of a sudden you're interviewing this new face of the franchise of the Dolphins, and everyone's looking down at their phones. Oh my God, they made that trade. What do we do now? So if the Dolphins are holding their press conference, which they might announce later in the day for tomorrow at 10 a.m., I think it's going to be really interesting sort of day going on as far as balancing the two things. I mean, I really thought, I'll be honest with you, just like I spoke about it, Kid, about how we do the show, I always plan ahead, as you do for your budgeting for Local 10 Sports. What should we do? Should there be a certain package? And I left everything clear this week because I realized the Dolphins are going to have their moment. Naming a coach is huge. And as a matter of fact, to preempt all your pre-planning, just to talk for a second about this, that's what's made my job so much easier than Omar Kelly and Barry Jackson and those who cover the Dolphins for this reason. When the Heat change coach, they simply have the next guy already in the room. I don't remember the matter of fact, the last time there's been a Heat coaching search was when Ron Rothstein was replaced by Kevin Lockery. Otherwise, it's been, hey, Pat Riley, I'm stepping down. Stan Van Gundy's taking over, my right-hand man. Oh, Stan, I'm going to spend time with my family. Here's Pat Riley coming back in. Oh, Pat Riley, I'm stepping aside. Here's Eric Spoelstra. There hasn't been a search. There's literally been a guy standing to the left or to the right who's just moved in. And I'm appreciative of that because I'm sure what you went through and Will Manso, everyone at Local 10, the whole coaching search, this guy's for real. This guy's coming in. There's the helicopters are above. We caught this guy landing. I am so glad not to be part of that and that I just to get talk sports with the Heat. And honestly, I hate to use the word small C with me, but their ongoing culture has made it so much easier.
Yeah, I could spend the next hour talking to you guys about watching the plane in the hangar on what even day was it? Was it Monday? I think it was Monday when we were kind of trying to figure out what plane Mike McDaniel was going on. But it's a great point. We don't have to deal with that with the Heat. So we're going to talk Heat now. We're going to talk about the trade deadline coming up tomorrow and the fact that there are some names circling for the Heat, and there are a few names that I'm interested in. I want to get your take on. But guys, as always, drop your questions in the chat. Any names that you may have. Russell Westbrook is a hot mess in LA. Scummy always makes great points. Scummy says Clay looks like a young Jim Carrey in the movie Once Bitten. What do you think?
You know what? I see him more as a pet detective, but I actually see no critters running around now, so I'll just leave it at that.
I just think it's funny that Once Bitten, I think, wasn't Jim Carrey in his 20s back then? I'm old, man. I'm 42. My knee is swollen. I can't exercise like I used to, man. So I appreciate that, though, because it kind of takes me back.
I got to tell you, though, when it comes to NBA comparisons to Jim Carrey, Rick Carlisle blows me
Oh,
away
yeah.
every time I see him.
Yeah.
It's like,
Oh.
it's just like it's almost uncanny. And he has those facial contortions also, like Jim Carrey does. Like that's the one. Like there were only a few people when people go to me, oh man, he looks like that guy. You know how it is, Clay. Sometimes you see it or you don't see it. But Rick Carlisle is Jim Carrey, and even Jim Carrey is not as Jim Carrey as Rick Carlisle is. But I digress.
So as we head towards Thursday, and the Heat are in a really they're in a great spot where
Yes.
I remember every year with the Heat since I've been here in many ways. It's all right. Who's the next guy that the Heat need to get in order to get to that spot? And even the year that they went to the NBA Finals, everything was crazy because of COVID, and we hadn't quite gotten to that point yet, but you still felt like the Heat had a team that they were good enough to get there, and they went out and they got Andre Iguodala and Jay Crowder, and they ended up making the day. I don't know that this team needs somebody to get there, but there are some names circling. And one that's kind of come up over the last 24 to 48 hours I want to get your take on is PJ Washington with the Charlotte Hornets. And, I think you're looking at we saw him play the other night, and you can see what he can bring to the table, but I'm not sure he quite fits anymore what Charlotte is trying to do. Is that the type of player that, especially with all the questions surrounding Markieff Morris, is that more the type of player that you're looking at from a Heat perspective at adding at the deadline as opposed to a potential star?
I love PJ Washington. When I was in the Chicago at the draft combine, I was there with David Wilson from the Herald. We actually talked to Tyler Hero at one table. PJ was at the next. There was sort of a back and forth, who's the better player. But I don't understand what the Heat could possibly have that Charlotte would want for PJ Washington if he's being shopped. And again, that's just a name being thrown out there. And while you might not fit today, teams change, they morph, things happen in the offseason. Do I like the name? Yes. The Heat do not have draft capital to offer. They do not have a young player in return. They're certainly not trading Tyler Hero for PJ Washington. So they're sort of the names that I know are out there because teams want to get rid of someone, and the names that might be out there. I almost would look not as severely as a PJ Washington trade by Charlotte. It's almost similar to Tyrese Halliburton and the Kings. When you get a young, I want to get into that for sure.
Why? What is Sacramento? We got a lot of time to talk about that.
When you get a young developmental talent, you don't pull the plug that early unless two things. You think he's maxed out. This is the best he's going to be, even at 23, or you simply have such a good offer that you have to do it. The example would be Precious Achiuwa. Had a nice rookie season for the Heat last season, is having a nice season this year for the Raptors, is going to the rookie challenge. But the Heat had a chance to get Kyle Lowry. And when you have a chance to get Kyle Lowry, you pull the plug. So you pull the trigger. So if Charlotte is going to offer PJ Washington, it has to be for someone that absolutely captures their imagination. Well, we know, and we'll get into this further in the show, the Heat are not trading Bam Adebayo. They're not trading Jimmy Butler. They're not trading Kyle Lowry. They're not trading Tyler Hero. So if you're saying to me, would Charlotte take Duncan Robinson, for example, and work a trade around that? I guess you could see that. I guess you could say that would add more three-point shooting. But they have Gordon Hayward under this huge long-term contract when he left Boston, so it doesn't make sense. Interesting name, yes. But Clay, and please keep giving me names. I can give you 50 names who were interesting, but then I throw it back to you. But give me a deal that makes sense for the other side. Okay, if the Heat can trade KZ Okpala for PJ Washington, I'm all for it. Go ahead and make the move. And then I want to see how soon Charlotte fires their GM. So you have to give something tangible to get something tangible.
Yeah, and so look, and this question was asked in the chat as well. It's if you're going to look at names like that, then you might be looking at some of the younger players that maybe you're not necessarily ready to give up on. I think your point about Precious Achiuwa is a good one, because I think there are probably a lot of Heat fans right now, and again, this is a name that was mentioned, that are looking at Omer Yurtseven as somebody who has long-range potential. Not know that you would necessarily say that the potential is similar to Precious Achiuwa, but that's the type of player that I think some Heat fans have started to really warm up to, that in the past, and again, I'm not comparing him to a Caron Butler, but when you look back at big trades the Heat have made in the past, it hurts, man. Like getting rid of a young player in order to bring somebody in that helps you now, it's usually going to be a young player that hurts to give up. So you're not going to give up a KZ Okpala in that sort of a situation. But if you're looking at adding somebody that you think is going to make you a championship team this year, you're not just going to give away your stuff that you're ready to get rid of anyway, and an extra second round pick in 2075. Like, it's going to be something that
Clay, you
hurts. Keep
mentioned
that in
a
mind.
really good name because I spoke to some people around the Heat yesterday about Yurtseven, and I could see there would be interest there because he is that lump of clay that you can mold into something, and he's had his moments, but he's on such a good contract. He's,
Yeah.
he's minimal contract next year. Then the Heat have his rights after that. Who's to say Dwayne Dedmon definitively stays or agrees to stay at the minimum? Who's to say PJ Tucker doesn't use his opt-out, get that one final big deal of his contract? The over 38 rule plays in with him because he's 36 right now. Who's to say Markieff Morris ever plays, number one, NBA basketball again or efficient NBA basketball again? So while the power rotation seems to be healthy and robust at the moment, you do have to look to the future. The other thing you brought up, and I thought was a very good point, is this. You talked about maybe a PJ Washington as part of a future piece. He's a young player, 23, 24 years old. And this is something we'll get into later in the show here on the Sloma's Home Security Inside the Paint show. And it's this. Like we mentioned with PJ Tucker, he's 36. Kyle Lowry's 35. Jimmy Butler's about to turn 33. This is a live-in-the-moment team. This isn't a team that can afford to give up anything that helps now in the rotation and say, oh, but 2 or 3 years from now, he can really help us. Because I would be pissed if I was PJ Tucker, if I was Kyle Lowry. Like, come on, man. I came here to win or at least compete for a title. I'm older in NBA years. You promised me, Pat Riley, we would be living in the moment. So I don't see that kind of trade. But if I could hold on to an asset in my back pocket, like a Omer Yurtseven, knowing that he's not hurting me against the cap, he's not hurting me against the tax, and I can plan for the future, I can quietly do that also. Omar's a fascinating name. Would you attach Omer, KZ Okpala, which we all agree they'd rather have the roster spot, and Markieff Morris's contract so you can get to that maybe $10 million player or so to add another contributing roster player right now? It's an interesting notion to think about, and I think that's something that other teams will come at the Heat with.
And so I think you got to make that distinction. Look, we can throw out all sorts of names, and I think PJ Washington is a really good example of that, in that he's a good player who's going to appeal to a lot of teams. I'm not sure. I feel like the style that Charlotte plays, he may be more palatable. He may be more appealing to another team than he is to Charlotte right now. Just again, Charlotte plays this frenetic style.
Yes.
And now you watch him play defense, and you're like, okay, I see how he can fit on Miami defensively right now. But it's not just Miami. There are a lot of other teams that are looking at PJ Washington. And so you're looking at, okay, what are the Heat going to have to give up in order to trump another team's offer? Because nobody's going to do Miami any favors. No, teams are going to do themselves favors. So that's where Omer Yurtseven comes in. And the Heat are going to have to ask themselves, are we willing to part with somebody who checks all the boxes that Ira just mentioned? Somebody who is this mold of clay, somebody who has a fantastic attitude. Like you talk about Heat culture, Heat culture is about coming in and being willing to put in the work. Omer Yurtseven's already proven that. Well, other teams are going to know that as well. So that's what's going to make him appealing to other teams. Are you willing to part with that for a player that's going to help you right now? And again, PJ Washington helps you later too. But that's what you have to ask yourself if you're a Heat fan. Is player X worth giving up something that hurts? And in this case, someone that's going to hurt, because I think Omer Yurtseven has really endeared himself to Heat fans.
And that's why I'm sort of floating one-year answers and older names. The name I floated at the Sun Sentinel was Thaddeus Young. He's not playing in San Antonio. The Spurs aren't going anywhere. If he doesn't get traded, he very well might get bought out because the Spurs do right by their people. There's a guy, older guy, but for the rest of this season, if Markieff Morris can't play, if PJ Tucker is injured or in foul trouble, you have that veteran presence, been there, seen that, done it, can make the three-pointer, but won't cost you much of anything, if anything, if he hits the buyout market. So that's why, like, I'm looking at names that I'm sure that Heat fan out there, are saying, well, that's not a sexy name. That doesn't do anything for me. The Heat, like Clay right now, have plenty of sexy going on anyway. They're fine. They have Adebayo. They have Butler. They have Kyle Lowry. They have their sexy names. No one's coming in here, Clay, to be a top 3 Heat player. Arguably, the way Tyler Hero is playing, no one's coming in here to be a top 4 Heat player. So I am going to the rest of the show, probably bore some of the listeners with names where they go, really, Ira? Is that all you got? Clay, you could throw out the pie in the sky. I don't want to mess with a good thing.
No, and see, I think that's where we're in this good spot. And this goes back to what we said at the top of the show. It's like every year, the reason why you're fishing for something bigger is because you know deep down you're not there yet. And again, the year they made the NBA Finals, I don't even know that when they made the trade, and I'm a huge Jay Crowder fan. I always have. I actually thought at the time that was going to be the bigger part of that trade, as much as everybody loved Andre Iguodala. I've been a huge Crowder fan for a long time, but I didn't even think that deal was that puts this team in the NBA Finals. That team. It was just everything came together, and this has nothing to do with being in the bubble. This was that team came together in a way that like coaches dream of. And but in the moment, you didn't look at that and say, okay, those two players instantly make this team an NBA Finals team, especially when you're looking at Boston and Toronto and other teams in the East at that point. With Miami now, I feel like you're already there. You're essentially safeguarding against foul trouble. You're safeguarding against injury. So you're not looking at the big fish because you already got all the big fish that you need, but you need to get to the finish line, and you need to find ways to spell your guys. You need to find ways that, when you get to the playoffs and somebody gets a hamstring, somebody twists an ankle, that's the type of player that you're looking for right now. So you're not gonna hear the names like Damian Lillard, Bradley Beal, who's now hurt, Ben Simmons, James Harden. I mean, we're going to get to all those names later because I think those will directly impact the Heat as those moves are made. But from a Heat perspective, it's the boring names.
And I want to maybe, like, as you go through the chat, maybe we'll just have a lightning round at the end and you just throw names at us, and we'll do that also. So anyone who wants to text in just with the name can keep it simple. We'll hit that at some point. There are two things that, as we've been doing this show now, the Inside the Paint for several months, we've said we wanted to know as we got to the trading deadline, which is tomorrow, 3 p.m. What did the Heat look like when they're whole? Well, Kyle Lowry came back last week against San Antonio. The Heat are 3-0 since he came back with their preferred starting lineup. They've led by at least 26 points in each of the games against the Spurs and the Hornets and the Wizards. And I know that's not great competition, but it was on the road, so it is meaningful. And I just posted a story at sunsentinel.com about how Bam Adebayo said, now that this starting lineup has picked up where they left off on November 27th, the last time they had been whole, he realizes how good a starting lineup is. So we did get to one thing we wanted to. We checked one box. Yep. The Heat have gotten whole by the deadline. We know if you do nothing, they are right there with anyone. But box number 2 didn't. And I got to be honest, I have been slow playing this. And Clay has been prodding and asking the kind of questions I ask Eric Spoelstra to try to get an answer where I keep going, no update. We did not get the Victor Oladipo sighting I would like to have seen. So we will go into the Miami Heat trading deadline not knowing if Victor Oladipo is the final piece, not knowing if he's going to play this season. I assume he is, but you got to admit, Clay, first we said maybe January, and then we said mid-season, which was mid-January, and then we said, okay, by the trading deadline, and that Vic is traveling with the Heat right now. He'll be with the team tomorrow in New Orleans, but that's the unknown. And as everyone has pointed out, this is not necessarily unique to our show here, that you probably can't do better at the trading deadline than adding Victor Oladipo. So it might be a move at the 2021 trading deadline that pays the biggest dividends for the Heat at the 22. But I would like to have seen Victor Oladipo because Clay, as good as it was when he came in last season, played the 5 games. He looked really good. Then he went up for that dunk. He was never the same. And if the Heat are only going to get 5 more games out of Victor Oladipo, then that is a concern.
And this is the give and the take, right? It's you and I would have loved to see Victor Oladipo before the trade deadline. Those guys that matter, that are making the decision, they're seeing Victor Oladipo on a day in, day out basis. And from what we've been able to gather, and again, you correct me if I'm wrong as we go to break here, but I think the feeling is, and you mentioned this last week, that you had Pat Riley and Eric Spoelstra and Andy Ellisberg, and I think you even said Jimmy Butler came out and watched Victor Oladipo's workout. That it's like everybody, it's like it feels like it's getting close, but I almost feel like because they know what he is going to be, they know who he can be when he's healthy. I feel like they're being extra cautious. Now, we'd love to see it, but it almost feels like behind the scenes, they're like, you know what? we don't need him yet. Why are we going to push this when we don't need him yet? And we see what this lineup is doing that's out there. So we're going to talk a lot more about Victor Oladipo, but I want to talk about the moves that are being made around the league and the moves that are kind of lingering out there and what kind of impact they could have on the Heat, because there are some big names that could be changing teams between now and 3:00 tomorrow in these next, doing the math here, 5 plus 29 hours. It's going to be crazy. We're going to talk about that next right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. And ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified white mean contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back Inside the Paint. Lots of questions, lots of comments to get to as we roll on here. David Triana asked a question I want to get to in a minute. By the way, David, I got your DM. I'm going to get to that coming up a little bit as well. But a Bucks fan asks this, and I'm just going to throw this out to you, Ira, between now and tomorrow. Do the Heat make a deal? And over-under trades that the Heat make between now and tomorrow, 0.5. Are you taking the over or the under?
I'll take the over for this reason, Clay. The last 2 years at the deadline they have, so there's a pattern there. You spoke about in the first segment here on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint, how they made the moves for Jay Crowder and Andre Iguodala, the Justice Winslow trade 2 years ago, paid dividends. Last season, they made a couple of trades right before and then at the deadline, trading Myers Leonard to Oklahoma City for Trevor Ariza. Worked out reasonably well. And then the trade where they made the move with Chris Silva and Mo Harkless to Sacramento for Nemanja Bjelica. Thank God I don't have to type that in either now anymore. And that was sort of uneven. Clearly not the player he was before or since has emerged, Nemanja, with the Golden State Warriors. But they made the subtle moves. There weren't the blowaway moves. There also was the trade for Victor Oladipo with, last year at the trading deadline where they moved Kelly Olynyk and Avery Bradley. And I got to be honest, that surprised me. Kelly Olynyk was playing very well alongside Bam Adebayo as a starter. And I've always been a big Avery Bradley fan. And to be honest with you, I still am right now. I think he's one of the decent parts of the Lakers. So there were a couple of pieces I didn't think would get moved. But the difference is the Heat don't have those mid-tier contracts this year, the Kelly Olynyk contract. The only contract similar to Kelly Olynyk is Duncan Robinson. Well, for as much of a role as Kelly Olynyk played last year, Duncan Robinson the last 3 years has played a much bigger role. So I think they could do something small where it might be Akpala and some sort of pick and maybe just get better or even just open a roster spot for the buyout deadline March 1st. But I'm not so sure that they want to put into play right now someone like, if they don't have to, Duncan Robinson. I guess that'll be a name we'll follow. And I'm sure after Pat Riley will go, why did you keep mentioning him? I don't get that.
So David asked this, and I think it kind of goes along with what you just said. When you make a trade, is there a concern of shaking up the team chemistry? Is there a concern of shaking up the locker room? And my take on that, and I'll see what your take is on this, the types of deals that we're talking about potentially for the Heat are not the type of deals that would shake up a locker room. They're not the type of deals that would shake up team chemistry.
I don't think.
But
chemistry
you're looking at the landscape, and I'm not seeing the type of deal that, you know, like, okay, so let's talk about some of the names that are out there, right? And would these moves even make sense for the Heat, or would they make any sense for the teams potentially making a deal? You look at Boston, and there's been talk about breaking up Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. I don't think that's going to happen before tomorrow because they're playing better together. They've been playing Jason Tatum more at the one, so it's kind of working out a bit.
Playing very well, yeah.
But they wouldn't send one of those players to Miami. Like, Boston isn't sending one of two potential all-star / superstar type players to Miami. So you're not trading a type of player in that sort of a deal, and you're not bringing in a type of player that has the sort of cachet, the sort of personality that's going to shake up a locker room.
Well, first, I disagree with the premise you don't trade within your division or within your conference in the NBA when 10 teams make the playoffs anyway. And we're seeing that with the Harden Ben Simmons talk. I mean, there wouldn't even be conversation if the thought was we're not going to make a conference rival better. I think you do what's best for your team. You understand it's a huge playoff picture. To eliminate playoff competition, you're eliminating a third of the league now with 10 teams in each conference making the play-in your conference. So I don't see that as much, but to make a big deal, you have to give back a big piece. In other words, Clay, we're talking all season, you and I, because of the money, about Duncan Robinson. I guess the other piece we would be talking about is this. Would you trade Tyler Hero? Now, here's the deal. And again, this goes back to what we spoke to a little bit about in the first segment. Tyler Hero is an absolute part of the core of this Heat team. It's not a big three this year, we've learned. It's become a big four. But Tyler Hero also is due for his rookie extension by next October. You will have to address it. You have luxury tax, you have salary cap. You might have Victor Oladipo to wind up paying. So you have to decide that also. Again, like I mentioned in the previous segment, I'm sure Big O will break this up in pieces. So if you're watching part 2 of the podcast, listen to part 1. Is that fair to 36-year-old PJ Tucker and 35-year-old Kyle Lowry to take the long view and say, well, we love what Tyler's doing now, but we might not be able to afford him? If you throw Tyler Hero into deals, and let's face it, Clay, you and I have spoken about when he was mentioned in the Bradley Beal trade, when he was mentioned last trade deadline in the Kyle Lowry trade permutations that the Heat pulled back and said no. So the Heat have pieces, but that goes to exactly what you said. You lose your Tyler Tuesdays. You lose your sixth man. I don't know who's your energizer off the bench. You know, maybe it's someone you acquire. Maybe it's Max Strus. Maybe it's Gabe Vincent. That's the other part of it. So if you're asking me, if I'm around the league and you're saying, who am I calling the Miami Heat about? Well, I know they're not trading Butler, Adebayo, or Lowry. They're off the table. I'm curious about Duncan Robinson. I might ask. I'm curious about Omer Yurtseven. I might ask. And if I'm paying for this phone call anyway, I'm going to ask about Tyler Hero and see what it takes. So to your Jaylen Brown sort of, possibilities or not in this case, I think that's the name where it starts. And what's crazy is I probably summarily hang up. But the Kings didn't with Tyrese Halliburton, which I don't see. So you just never know until you ask. And a matter of fact, Bobby Marks mentioned this and some other people mentioned this at ESPN. So many people around the league didn't even know Halliburton was available. So I wonder if the Heat knew if Halliburton was available, would they have entered that sweepstakes also? They couldn't have offered us a bonus, but they might have been able to offer something younger along the way to Sacramento. So I guess you never know until you ask. So please, people, you can call him. Most of you, I guess, are on Clay's DMs anyway. You can call him in the morning tomorrow. You will hear names mentioned because people will call the Heat about them. That's what you do. You will hear names mentioned because the Heat call teams about them. Maybe like Tyrese Halliburton when they found out he was available. Like, whoa, before you talk to Indiana, how about X, Y, and Z? But just because you talk, 99% of talk never happens. But you will hear names out there, like you mentioned in the first segment about PJ Washington.
And that doesn't mean that it's false reporting when names are circling. It just, what the level of interest is from one side versus the other. And I've mentioned this on the show before, but the way Pat Riley explained this one time made a lot of sense to me. That Andy Ellisberg's on chat threads with various front office people throughout the league, and they talk about a bunch of stuff. They'll talk about politics. They'll talk about, I'm sure, movies, entertainment, stuff like that. But ultimately, basketball names are mentioned, and then they'll go off in more private chats and go back and forth. And so that's kind of when you hear a name, oh, such and such is talking about such and such. Well, it could have easily been in one of these chats. Indiana and Sacramento were talking about a De'Aaron Fox centric deal, and they said,
Sure.
"Hey, just off. We're assuming you're not going to include Tyrese Halliburton,
right,
but that's
perfect.
Are we wrong?" So that's the way a lot of this stuff
And Clay,
goes.
I want to give you the perfect example of that. Several years back, God, I'm aging myself here. Pat Riley went out to meet with the Lakers about possibly running their organization, spoke to the late Dr. Jerry Buss about what they might do next. And during that conversation, if you remember 2005, it came up, what about Shaq? Is he available? Yeah. Pat didn't leave there to recruit Shaq or anything. But when Pat Riley found out that Shaq was available, then he said, okay, what about Lamar Odom? No, we want more. What about Lamar Odom and Brian Grant? No, we want more. What about Lamar Odom, Brian Grant, and a first-round pick? No, we want more. Okay, Caron Butler. Deal done. Yeah. So they didn't go out there talking about even a trade. They went out there, like you said, talking about something tangential, and then it comes up. Those conversations will happen. I don't think it's a stretch, Clay, and I think you would agree to say that Andy Ellisberg will be speaking in some form to 29 other teams between now and 3 p.m. on Thursday.
And names are going to come up. So this is let's break this down to where people can understand it. And we're trying to do this in a way where we're not boring you with numbers, but just knowing where the levels of where the numbers are. If you're talking about a Jaylen Brown, you could potentially get there. And again, there's been no mention of Jaylen Brown with the Heat. So just
right.
But letting contract-wise, you could potentially get there with a Duncan Robinson contract plus maybe a Hero. You have to look at the numbers here because of what this out. You could potentially get to a contract of that level. You have nothing that can get you unless there's a 5-team deal. There's almost no way for you to get a player on a James Harden type contract, a Damian Lillard type contract, unless you're going to
have to build. I don't know how you build $44 million without throwing in Adebayo or Butler or Lowry, and I don't think you're. Well, on one hand, I don't think you're hurting your chemistry, but maybe one of those names is such that Pat Riley says, I promised you something, but I also have to make a promise to my fans and my constituency, and I think this is a deal that'll make us significantly better. So maybe one of those pie-in-the-sky names you mentioned, Bradley Beal's injured now. Actually, yeah. Damian Lillard's injured right now, so it makes it a little bit tougher. But if there's an offer, again, we're talking Godfather here. If there's an offer Pat Riley can't refuse, he will not summarily refuse it. Do I think he's trading Jimmy Butler? Hell no. Trading Bam Adebayo? Hell no. Trading Kyle Lowry? Hell no. But you know what? Everyone has their price, right, Clay? I mean, I don't know. If Nikola Jokic was offered for Bam Adebayo, and please, no one's saying that he was. You would at least give it pause and think about it. If they were offered Joel Embiid, you think about it. There are players who are better than your players. You have to be realistic also.
Yeah, so when you hear these names, ask yourself these questions. Number one, does this make sense to the other team? And this is the thing that always bugs me is when people put up their trade machine result. Who says no? Well, the other team says no because you're offering a second-round pick for an all-NBA player. Be realistic about this. So, number one, ask yourself, does this deal make sense for the other guys? Number two, ask yourself, do these numbers even work? And that's where the trade machine does kind of make a
Yes.
little bit more sense, because you can look at it and say, okay, well, there's no way for us to get there with the James Harden type contract unless we're including a player like a Butler, a Kyle Lowry, and plus, you know what I mean? So, like, be realistic about this stuff. So there are two things here. Nothing is impossible, but what's realistic and what makes sense. And again, sometimes stuff that makes sense comes out of nowhere, like you couldn't have even potentially imagined. But the Tyrese Halliburton thing, as much as we're looking at it saying, oh my goodness, what are the Kings even thinking?
Correct.
You can at least look at it and say, okay, well, that's not a, but like it's not something that a fan made up on a message board just to try to make Indiana better, even though I have no clue what Sacramento was saying. So be realistic about it. And by the way, Ira wants to do this rapid fire. I really like it. Last segment of the show, just throw out names and whether you think it's somebody the Heat could be interested in. And we'll kind of look at it from that perspective. Does it make sense from a Heat perspective? Does it make sense from the other team's perspective? And would the numbers be such that it could even work? So we'll do that in the last
Which will
segment of the show.
either make it work, or it'll be like those insipid shows where they do fantasy football. Okay, I got two players in PPR and I need to play one of them. You've done that. You've driven around town listening to those.
Oh, I do, because I turn it off immediately. Like, what do you guys? But this is different, because this is okay. We're not talking about your fantasy team. I hate to tell you this. Nobody cares about your fantasy team. Like, I'm sorry.
Right. We're talking about your Miami Heat. We're collectively in this together.
Exactly. So feel free to throw out some names out there, because I think everybody is at least on some level interested in what the Heat are doing. Before we get to that, and I want you guys to load up those names, because we're going to do it in the last 15, 20 minutes of the program. I want to look at what's going on around the league and some of the big names, many of whom we've already just mentioned. But the one trade that I thought would never happen, that now I'm starting to think maybe there's a chance it does, James Harden for Ben Simmons. And it seems like there's enough there that before I thought there was no way that Daryl Morey would be able to pull off something like this. But I guess I never took into consideration the fact that James Harden may just want out of Brooklyn. And there's enough that's coming out right now from Harden's side that he's at least considering leaving in the offseason. And you don't do that unless you're considering leaving in the offseason.
It's all being
leaked.
And
you don't do that unless you want your front office to know, I'm considering leaving in the offseason and you would get nothing. So do you want to try to get something for me now?
Yeah, the one thing I don't get about the James Harden thing is, and he's not having a great season, and I think he's 33 or so, and he's looking for some 5-year, $250 million extension after this year, is this. Will he ever be happy? Remember, not by his choice, but he got moved from Oklahoma City to Houston. He basically forced his way out by playing 3 weeks of basketball where he couldn't have given a crap about what happened, forced his way to the trade to Brooklyn, was the happiest person ever. The big three, this is going to happen. Then Kyrie and the vaccine happened, and I get it. But is he ever going to be happy? So if James Harden forces his way, and clearly the manipulation here that's going on with all the NBA insiders having their inside people. No, these are people trying to do things. This is Rich Paul trying to get Ben Simmons somewhere where he's happy. This is James Harden people trying to get him somewhere where he's happy. This is Daryl Morey trying to play up the value of Simmons, play up the desperation of the Nets so he doesn't have to throw in a Maxey or a Tybal or someone like that into the trade. Everyone's being played. And because of the way social media works for all these networks, these guys love it. This couldn't be any better for Woj or for Shams or anyone. They're getting their stuff out there. They're getting their clicks. But everyone's being so manipulated. But the one thing I come down to is this. Is James Harden ever going to be happy? Do you think just because now he goes there?
James Harden is happy when he's in a strip club. So let's move a team inside Tootsie's, and you'll have a 50-point scorer. I've set it up.
So are you saying that based on what I'm wearing right now, that James Harden would be happy in my guest room? Is that
right now there? Sure. You know, Magic Mike and his friends, and we're all good right there. That's the whole thing about it. I'm sick of James Harden, and I'm sick for one reason, and even Ben Simmons to a degree also. Since when did quitting on a team become acceptable, Clay? You know, we talk about this with all the coaching changes and whether you need to motivate. So much is on the player. Ben Simmons quit on the Sixers this season. Didn't want to play for them. People criticized him bypassing the layup. His feelings were hurt. We got into his feelings. Now, all of a sudden, James Harden looks at it and goes, you know what? In the big three, I might be the third guy. I at least want to be the second guy with Joel Embiid. And he seemingly has stopped playing. Not that he ever played defense in the first place. I'm sick of those kind of guys. You get traded, maybe you're sad. Tyrese Halliburton sent a nice message to people in Sacramento. Domantas Sabonis played as hard as he could until he was traded. He knew very much that he was, in the trade machine, that he was mentioned as being moved. CJ McCollum, same thing. Played as hard as he could for Portland. Knew all season he was being mentioned in trades. But you're a professional. But this Harden stuff is almost an annual kind of thing that he wants somewhere else. And none of this is by accident, James Harden's name being out there. It is leaks and leaks and leaks, like almost everyone needs to get their roof repaired.
What is Kevin Durant thinking right now, too? I mean, I know Kevin Durant can be a bit moody and,
Yes.
He has it. And yet I gained so much respect for him, Ira, last year during the playoffs and during the Olympics when, he was having to bear the load of Kyrie and James Harden getting hurt, trying to play through injury. He was doing stuff himself. Then he immediately gets on a plane, goes over to I gained so much respect for this guy's work ethic and what he's willing to do.
He won the Olympics for Team USA. You're right. So
yes.
Let me ask you this. We all have second thought. You've made a bunch of job moves in your career. I've done the same. Who are better teammates? Not talking about the team situation and all that, okay? Who are better teammates? Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, or Kyrie Irving and James Harden, as far as going to work each day, knowing a commitment to the game, a commitment to victory? Who are better teammates for Kevin Durant? Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green over here, or Kyrie Irving and James Harden over there? I think he made a mistake when he picked his teammates.
And let me add another one, and we're up against a break. We're going to take it right now. We're going to get to all your questions, your comments. We're going to do rapid fire after the break. Russell Westbrook. And I know Russ and KD did not get along. And I know Russ has been awful this year in LA. I've never once watched Russell Westbrook play and thought, that guy's not giving it everything he has. That guy's not. And what he has right now, there's not much left. And it's sad to watch. But I still feel like he's giving everything he has. So to that end, I have a lot of respect for him for that. I have a lot of respect for KD and, for his legacy. I hope he comes back and does well. Of course, not at the expense of the Heat going and potentially making a finals run. We're back after the break. Lots of questions. I promise we're going to get to them all coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
We're not going to get to it.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back Inside the Paint. Ira has challenged me, so I'm going to try to get to all these questions and comments. CC Dull asks, future of Gabe Vincent with this team. We're talking about guys who could potentially be used in trades, what their future is. How do you feel like in the organization they view Vincent and his future here?
I think he's one of a bunch of guys who are more valuable to the Heat than any other team at a trading deadline because he's become a system player, because he has altered his game completely to fit the Heat's needs. So I think if another team looks at him, they might have to change who he is. Clay, we talk about this all the time. Guys who are with the Heat and have really good careers go somewhere else and disappear. I'm not denigrating Gabe because of that, but I think Gabe Vincent will never be a better player than he will be for the Miami Heat. So I think he's one of those guys, you keep him because he provides more value to you than he probably will have to another team. He has completely changed from a shooting guard who handles to a handler who shoots.
Clarence says this, and I think we're all on the same page with this, that you always look to get better. Like there's nobody who's off the table in any potential deals. It's just more looking at guys that, when you say they're not going to trade Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo, or Kyle Lowry, that's because it's hard to envision a deal that works. But again, if the Lakers call tomorrow and say, we're going to offer you LeBron James straight up for, Kyle Lowry, you're going to make that trade. So yeah, I think we're all
maybe not, but here's the deal. There's two major trading periods, and we'll get into this in our Inside the Paint show in the offseason also. It's a lot easier, Clay, to do that level of a deal in the offseason when you have time to recalibrate. The Miami Heat are 55 games into an 82-game regular season. So if you were to make the blockbuster and you were to blow it up, there's not a lot of time to really change the way your team plays. Eric Spoelstra's team plays a specific way, with a specific style, with a specific playbook. So yes, you might trade great for great. Do that in June. Do that in July, like they did with Kyle Lowry in August. And you have time to change who you are and how you play. It's hard to do that. The only blockbusters you get at midseason are teams that are going nowhere. So it doesn't matter that Sacramento has to change to a Sabonis style. They're not going anywhere anyway. It doesn't matter that Indiana has to change to a style with Tyrese Halliburton. They're not going anywhere. Even the Pelicans with CJ McCollum, they blew it up because there was nothing not to blow up. Until Zion comes back, they're not the team they're going to be. And Portland, the other team with a major trade, they're clearly tanking and going in the crapper anyway, so they can make their trade with the Clippers and make their trade with New Orleans. There's no pain there. If the Heat or the Bucks or the Sixers or even the Nets do something that dramatic, like we talked about the Simmons-Harden trade, that's going to dramatically change who those teams are. That's going to change Kyrie Irving's role with the Nets. That's going to change Joel Embiid's role amid this MVP-type role that he has right now with the Sixers. That's dangerous. You better have a damn good coach. You better have a damn good amount of practice time ahead of time to change the actual makeup and playing style of your team. That's why so much of this is so much easier in the offseason. And one more thing here for this reason. During the regular season, your roster is capped at 15 players on standard contract. During the offseason, you can carry as many as 20. So you can make a 4-for-1 or 5-for-1 trade because you have the spots to take them into. If the Heat were to bring in 3 players for 1, not that they're going to, they would also have to cut 2 players. Forget about the tax just to fit them in the 15. It's much easier to make your dramatic move when you know where the draft choices are going to fall and you know that you have the extra roster spots to play with.
I mean, you're making great points, but I know at this point you're just filibustering, so I can't get to all these questions.
I'm
If you can
sorry.
ultimately be right. So, but your point about throwing off the entire team, it gets back to David's question earlier on about you don't want to ruin the chemistry of a team,
Yes.
but also just having the sheer number of bodies. Dennis asks this. We got to this last week, but I'll bring it up again. He said, "What if Toronto buys out Goran Dragic and he comes to Miami?" Bottom line, there's a rule that says that can't happen.
It can't happen, but they can trade him. Toronto was talking about trading Goran Dragic and draft capital for one more player because Nick Nurse never plays his bench. Let's say they were to make a move for the Knicks. It's been floated out there. I think John Hollinger at The Athletic mentioned it. The Raptors would trade Goran to the Knicks. The Knicks would send Evan Fournier and his underproductive contract to Toronto. Toronto would get a better bench player than they have right now. The Knicks would buy out Goran Dragic so that they can go ahead and play Cam Reddish a little more and see what happens. In that case, the Heat can sign him. Any team can sign him because he won't be coming directly from the team in the same calendar trade year the Heat traded him to. That'll be fascinating. I talked to someone with the Heat yesterday and I asked him that. Would the Heat bring back Goran? And he was sort of like, Gabe Vincent settled in that role. Kyle Lowry's the starter. But it's the Heat. They always bring guys back. So, yeah, I think the Heat would be very much open to that. They'll let the rotation work its way out. And I think Goran might be open to it unless he'd prefer to go to Dallas and play alongside Luka Doncic. They won a Euro Cup together with Slovenia. Maybe that's his goal. So Goran could come free. We will see tomorrow. When you see folks Goran traded tomorrow, which I think is a very good chance, see if the team he's traded to is going to buy him out. If he is, again, as long as you are waived by March 1st, you could sign with a new team until the final day of the season and still be playoff eligible. Think of two things tomorrow, folks. The trade deadline at 3, but the March 1 buyout deadline as well. The March 1 deadline can be more impactful even for the Heat than maybe the trading deadline.
Yeah, I'd love to see him end up in Dallas. I'd like to see him and Luka together down there. There's obviously that relationship there, so that'd be fun to watch. Two Extremes says, Clay and Ira, only if Oladipo doesn't pan out for us will we need to make a trade. Other than that, this Heat team really does this team really need to make a trade? Getting back to your point about Oladipo that you made earlier on, it's the unfortunate thing is we haven't gotten a chance to see him yet before the trade deadline. But people in the Heat front office have. So I don't know that him not panning out is going to factor into this trade deadline because they have more information than we do at this point. And then when you're getting into the offseason, his contract's going to be up anyway. So unless you're talking about like a sign and trade thing, which I don't know if that's even.
I think it's as much as anything, Clay, it's the medicals. It's Harlan Selznick and the Heat orthopedic staff. What do they know for this reason? Clay, think about how disheartening this would be. Vic comes back, plays 10 games. He looks like Indiana Pacers Victor Oladipo. You and I are just saying, Big O, we're doing the Victor Oladipo hour. Sell another sponsor. We're going to be on for that as well. And then in the 11th game, he has that misstep like he did with the dunk last season, and he's not there. So all of a sudden, this joy of what you have goes away. So really, I think the medicals on Vic, can they trust that quad? Can they trust that knee? That comes into play as much as anything else with his actual play on the court when he does return, because you can't bring someone in, change your entire rotation, and then 3 days before the start of the playoffs, you find out Victor Oladipo has soreness and will be out indefinitely. This is as much with the medicals and the orthopedists as it is with the actual rotation role.
Pablo makes a really good point. He said, and we appreciate this, that the national guys don't talk enough Heat, and so he's really appreciative of us. And he asked about Oladipo coming back, and really the bottom line here is nobody knows for sure. There's been a clear ramp up. He's been doing more stuff. And the thing that Ira mentioned last week, if you weren't here, was the interesting thing with one of his workouts last week was everybody was there. And it's usually a workout that you're not going to have a lot of people watching. But again, Ira, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but at this point, there isn't a firm update. We're just kind of waiting for that magical day when Spoke comes out.
No, there isn't. And someone I spoke to about those workouts said, if you notice, he's still avoiding a little bit of the contact on the pick and roll. So, Clay, as you know about this, covering so many athletes over the years, will the mental factor be part of it also? The Heat fight through screens. The Heat play a physical style. Can Victor Oladipo be that, or is he always going to be a little trepidatious and maybe not be as fiercely Heat-like because of the concern about the knee? You don't know until you know. You don't know out there until you take real severe contact. As a matter of fact, almost like a boxer. You don't know until he gets knocked down how he's going to get back up.
Let's see. Dennis brings. He says, "Look, Milwaukee's a team that you look at as a team that's going to make a move to get better." And I'll say this: I don't think the Heat would be blindsided by any team making a move to get better. I think the Heat are always focusing on getting better, regardless. I also don't think that there's any team that can make a move out there that would scare the Heat into doing something drastic. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
No,
I
that's
don't
what we
think
said earlier in the show, that they're comfortable. They're in first place. Come chase us. You know, we're the chasee instead of the chaser. You know, the dynamic has changed there a little bit. So no, there's no desperation for the Heat. But they, like I said, the last two trading deadlines between Jay Crowder and Andre Iguodala and Trevor Ariza and Nemanja Bjelica, they've made moves that might have helped, might not have helped, but they've at least gone out there and tried. If they have the little pieces, I think they'll do something if they can get something done.
C-Dola, Devin Vassell, RJ Hampton, Trevor Ariza. Any of those names stimulate
the
your
Ariza
fancy?
thing was a flop. Milwaukee destroyed them when Ariza was playing power forward on the boards. A young, unproven player, they don't need that. They've got enough of their own. They're developing Gabe Vincent and Max Strus on those nice contracts, Omar Yurtsevin. So, you know what? I would be shocked, Clay, if the Heat pick up a developmental player. That ship has sailed. This team is win now. Whoever they pick up tomorrow will be a player like a Bjelica or an Ariza who they'll say, hey, this guy is a veteran and could help us. He might not.
Had a couple of questions about Markieff Morris. I mean, anything you can add to where we're at right now, or just kind of give us a quick summation?
No, I had mentioned this before. We had talked about this. There was the pre-existing neck injury, and once you have a pre-existing neck injury, there's a greater concern. So Markieff Morris can shoot. Markieff Morris can take part in practice, but can Markieff Morris take a dramatic hit to the neck that will not cause major consequences? Look, this reminds us, and you know, Clay, you've been through this. Alonzo Mourning with the kidney, the Heat, he couldn't play. Chris Bosh fighting tooth and nail with his blood clots, and the Heat saying, we're not taking that chance. They could be there again with that, and that's the question. If there were any doubts of Markieff Morris playing efficiently again this season, then I think power forward might be something you address, because if PJ Tucker can't play, is in foul trouble, not available, you don't have a lot of depth at that position. I disagree with people who say they need a facilitator, they need a defender. I think you need to look at power forward just for that depth.
And by the way, that's something that I think has changed in both yours and my mind as the season has gone on. Because I think you and I both felt like early on that the concern was at a backup point guard spot, getting a facilitator in there. I think as this season has played out, assuming you have Kyle Lowry healthy,
right,
I think you feel good about that. And I think you feel good enough about that second unit and what they're able to do.
Oh, gosh, yeah. I mean, they've been increasing leads. I wrote a story about that. They almost needed a nickname at that point, where they're playing with Tyler Hero and Gabe Vincent and Max Strus, and Dwayne Dedman and the guys coming off the bench, Caleb Martin, what they've done. They've got five who can help. That's going to be something we'll talk about next week once all the dust clears here, who plays and who doesn't in a playoff rotation, because we'll be getting closer to that, and we'll know more of the definitive roster, at least until the March 1 buyout deadline. Got any more names, Clay?
Yeah, and this is it. I got through everything. David asks about Caleb Martin and Max Strus, and the idea that if another team calls and says, we want one of those players, is there one that you would choose between the two to keep, assuming that there's somebody who can make you better out there? Is there one of those guys that, whether it's long-term or short-term help, that you would be more willing to part with than the other?
Well, considering Caleb's on a two-way and Max is on a minimum, what are you getting for that low of a number? And usually, Clay, you trade that type of player to get rid of a bad, big contract. But none of the Heat's big contracts are that bad. Please, people, stop at Duncan Robinson. He's been fine. He was 4 of 9 on threes the other day. So
look at some of the other bad contracts in the league and get back to us.
Yeah, right? So there's not a contract with the Heat saying, hey, this is our +1. There are a bunch of teams who want a +1, a bad contract. We'll give you this player, but you've got to take this slop from us also. Hell, the Knicks with Julius Randle, I don't know. He hasn't even started his extension, and he's on the downside. The Heat don't have that, so the Heat don't have to lop someone off. And again, Clay, when you talk about the Heat's cap situation going forward, that you're either going to extend Tyler Hero or maybe give a new big bird contract to Victor Oladipo, you want to keep those low contracts. You want to keep Martin manageable number. You want to keep Max Strus manageable number. You may want to keep Omar Yurtsevin manageable number. Those are good things to have. You don't want to have all big contracts. So I think they'd have to be blown away. And I don't see how for a minimum contract you get blown away.
It's kind of funny. The show's over, and we haven't even talked about a single game. Got the game coming up tomorrow night against New Orleans. Against it's playing a little bit better, but still one of
And the Nets on
lesser teams in
Saturday
the
at the
league.
arena, what do they have? It's a road game. Kyrie travels. But you know what? It's this time of year. And I think finally next week we can, we come back, we can exhale a little, talk more about basketball. Didn't even mention Spo and Riley, top 15 all-time coaches, just a gazillion things. But you know what? This is the fun part. These are the juicy bits. So while someone might be sitting there tomorrow and talking to the new Dolphins head coach, we'll be right here, sunsentinel.com, Ira Heatbeat on Twitter, following that trade deadline until 3 p.m. It's going to be an interesting day, Clay.
And all you have to do is look back to yesterday. And, man, the fact that you have two coaches on the top 15 list, I think Boston had 3, if I'm not mistaken, if you include Doc Rivers as a Celtic. It's kind of amazing. And you got to kind of take a step back and be thankful as a Heat fan about what you've had down here and what you have for years to come. All right, guys, we're thankful for you. Thank you so much for driving this show. The Big O is up next as the Big O Show rolls on. A lot more NBA talk, but also a lot of Dolphins talk coming up next right here.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed. No. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDConstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience a Perdermo way. Go to perdermocigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning again. For those of you just tuning in, well, you're just catching us now for the first time. I always love, and this is the beauty of the show, that it's growing, and we are so blessed. Sean and I are very grateful every single day, getting bombarded by texts or tweets or posts or whatever it is. We love you for it, and thank you all out there. But I always trip out while I'm sitting here and preparing for the show while the guys are doing their show and doing the Inside the Paint show, the Sloman's Inside the Paint show. And I always look at the chat board to see what's going on. Obviously, see what questions are being asked, and make sure that everything's on the up and up on the chat board, right? And there's always new people coming in, right? Which we're blessed. It's a blessing to have new people, but it's funny for the new person. Like they run into Ira and Clay, and then they go, "Where the hell is O?" And it's like they have no idea about Ira or Clay. You know what I'm saying? It's awesome. And it happens pretty much every week on the chat board. At one point or another, somebody's chiming in like, "Where's O? Where is he? What are we doing here?" Variety. Remember, this show is all about it. Yes, obviously the Dolphins have always been the thing that centers the universe for us here on the show, because Dolphins are Dolphins. But we're always going to talk Canes, and we're always definitely going to talk a lot of Heat. And I'm sure the Heat talk will pick up now over the next couple of months with football offseason talk and everything else. But it's always, and Panthers and Inter Miami and Marlins. Hopefully baseball can get their crap together and settle it all down. Would be nice. So welcome aboard, folks, to the show and our OK Coin studios here on the program. Appreciate all of you as always. And of course, the Welton Rayon text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 for the Welt and Rayon text lines. So make sure you reach out to us there. We'll read your text there. I caught up to a lot of texts yesterday and this morning, okay? Because there was a lot. And I had to catch up. There was so much. So I'm kind of caught up to the Welton Rayon text line. So we will read all the fresh texts that are coming in today on the program. So we've got some Dolphins talk. Obviously, we got Joe Shad will join us at 11:30. Cameron Wolf will be joining us at 10:30. So he'll join us in this hour here. So we'll have two guests here in the first couple of hours, both Miami Dolphins guests. If you missed out yesterday on Jennifer Lee Chan, she covers the 49ers for NBC out in the West Coast. And great explanation, because I continue to read articles that say that Mike McDaniel didn't call plays, and he actually did call plays. And for those of you that don't know, she explained it yesterday. I should have told Sean to cut out that one soundbite where we actually discuss it and go back and forth. I should have done that. That's my bad, Sean. But I would have liked to replay that for you. And if not, just go back to the interview and check it out on the audio side or on the video side, because Sean also slices it up on the video side. Not as extreme as we do on the audio side, because we make it nice and easy for people to listen to any part of the show at any time they want. But we do slice it up a lot on the video side. And I know that her interview is there because I saw it. So if you want to watch it, you can also watch it or listen to it. But she explains it how Mike McDaniel does make the calls. He calls the plays from the booth down to Shanahan, and then Shanahan relays it to the quarterback. Now, if Shanahan wants to tweak it, adjust it, or even change it, he does. Doesn't mean he's doing it all the time. He's probably rarely doing it. It's probably happening once or twice or three times in a game, and it might be at the end of a game where he has a hunch that he likes one play or another. But more often than not, the plays that are being called by Mike McDaniel. And that's the thing that, I wanted to get some clarification on that, because there's too much misinformation out there that people are constantly saying that he didn't call plays. And he does call plays, because Jennifer explained it to us exactly how the process takes place. So just in case, for those of you out there that, you're concerned because he had a little bit of the Joe Philbin disease, and he does not have the Joe Philbin disease. Joe Philbin did not make any calls. He designed the game plan during the week. McCarthy would make the calls. This is different. he designs the game plan with Shanahan all week long, and he calls the plays, but it goes through the head coach's headset. And why? Because the head coach then has a tip or something for the quarterback. Hey, we're going with this play, pop, 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 that Mike sent down, right? But hey, remember on this play, you want to look at this, that kind of stuff. So he'll notice something to help the quarterback out. It's not necessarily because he's calling the plays. So there you go. Okay. The greater good says breaking news, Brian Flores hires law firm. Yes, we all know already. Yes, it's all out there. Emmanuel Acho put it out there already. Yes, Brian Flores. We talked about it in the opening segment. Brian Flores isn't a very smart guy. He put together an all-white defense team to talk and defend a black issue. Doesn't mean that they can't do it. It's just, seriously, dude? Like, really? It's, but that's what you get. You called your friends. And that's why their friends are going to get crushed, is what's going to end up happening. That's really where Brian Flores screwed up again. Instead of trying to find the best lawyer out there, he went with some friends of his that went to Boston College, and, maybe they're decent lawyers, but, brother, you're going up against NFL lawyers and NFL money. You better have the best out there. And you could have probably found some of the best lawyers out there that they probably wouldn't have even taken any money from you. And just from the publicity alone is more than enough for them to take that case. You take on the NFL and beat them. Ooh, dude, your law firm ends up, on top of the world. Crazy stuff, but yeah. Honey and lemon, by the way, just in case. Because that's what we also get from new people. Like, what's he doing? Is he drinking liquor? Is he having a little vodka on there? Is there a little whiskey? Or a little gin? No, none of that. So none of that's going on. Just so you'll know. By the way, Sunday's the big game. Sunday, we have a big game broadcast. That's right. We got our big game broadcast. Rams taking on the Bengals. You want a place to see it? Join Sean and myself at the Airport Marriott, Classic Marriott, and the Champion Sports Bar. They're the new building, the second building in the back, not the original building, but the second building in the back on the first floor is where the Champion Sports Bar is, and it is a sweet ass bar. It is a hidden gem, the Champion Sports Bar. So come on out and join us on Sunday. Our broadcast for the big game will start off at 4:00. We'll have some guests. We'll have some fun. We're going to be doing shows over at the Champion Sports Bar there at the Marriott on a monthly basis. Okay, so we'll be popping around different sports bars throughout South Florida, but Champions will be another one. You'll see us at Sports Girl. You'll see us at Champions. So just in case, if you happen to live or work in the area, you don't know what to do for Super Bowl, free parking, secured parking. Okay, great parking there. And the sports bar is gorgeous. Seriously, I used to go to the old Champions back in the 80s. All right. And so when, we met, I was like, wow, and I went to the second building. I first walked into the original building. I'm going, where's Champions? They actually have a sports bar there called Cane Fire. It's pretty cool. And it's a really nice little bar there that they have there. It's a sports bar also, but the Champions is in the second building, the brand new building, and the first floor there. So come on out, man. If you happen to live or work in the area, you don't know what you're doing for the Super Bowl, you want a great place, join us. Got a great seating inside. They got some seating outside also. You got some great views of the 836 and all that. So it's a really cool bar. It blew me away. Blew me away. I had no idea, to be honest with you, that Champions was there. No idea. I thought it was the same one that was there the whole time. And when I saw that, I was like, wow, this place is super nice. There's a picture of it. You don't get to see the whole bar from it, but you get to see a good portion of it on our Twitter page at Big O Show. So we will have the big game broadcast pregame show. We're not carrying the game, of course, but we'll have a pregame show leading up to the big game between the Bengals and the Rams. So tune in on Sunday. We'll get you ready for it. You can watch it, or better yet, we would love to like blow them away, because this is like really short notice to do this. But if you could come on down and join us, man, that would be absolutely awesome. Help the show out in a big time way, and in a great place to watch it. Actually, we'll be nice and comfortable there watching it. Jorge Luis Ochoa says, "Morning, O. Racism is indeed a human disease, not matter of our demographics. We suffer in some way racism at some point in our life. I hope we have a change for the best of all, not just certain minorities." Well, my brother, that's a problem that's been around forever, and we've gotten better. There's no doubt we've gotten way better than where we were 20 years ago, certainly 40 and 60 and 80 years ago. We're more accepting of each other. There's no doubt about it. And I don't give Generation Zs and millennials a lot of credit, but I'll give them credit in this area where they're better than every other generation before them. Those last two are more accepting of everyone than any of the generations of the past. All the generations of the past are much more polluted and, influenced with bias and hate and all kinds of stuff. The sad part is that the last, cycle of years here, the last 4 or 5 years, there was kind of a green light for hate. And it's kind of been one of those things that while I believe there's less racism in the world than there's ever been, and there's less bias in the world than there's ever been, because I believe that we're headed in that direction. But it's almost like the people that are left that are hateful and racist, it's almost like it's all right for them to be that publicly. You know what I mean? And where there used to be a little bit more restraint, and now there isn't. That's the only thing, that it's more outward, That's a shame. But whatever, it is what it is, and we got to fight for everybody, man. Fight for Asians, and fight for gays, and fight for women, and fight for blacks and Hispanics and everybody. Period. No biases against anyone. You know what I'm saying? It would be nice, but it's a long road, George, and it's a road that the day we get there, most of us won't be around. Let's be honest, because it's such a slow progress that we're making progress, but it's really, really slow and painful and embarrassing and all the other adjectives you want to use to describe it, but it is what it is. Let's see, what else do we have here? John Florino says, "What do you think Mike McDaniel's biggest challenge will be on the field and in his first year?" Obviously, proving to everybody that he can run a team. The same challenge that every young coach has. Every young coach has to go out there and prove that he can build a staff, that he can coach players up, that he can prepare them to be successful week in and week out, that he is prepared to be successful week in and week out. Oh, and by the way, that he's earned the respect of the men in the locker room. That's the challenge that every young coach has. It's not a Mike McDaniel thing. That's a Brian Flores thing. That's a Don Shula thing when he took over with the Colts. That's, whatever. It doesn't matter that what generation we're talking about, what decade, what coach we're talking about. All young coaches have to go about proving that they can get the job done. That's it. That's what it's all about. There is some news on that, by the way. They are apparently, Josh Kendall from The Athletic is reporting that they're set to interview Falcons QB coach Charles London. He's been working with the QBs in Atlanta since 2019. He's had several other jobs in years past, running backs, tight ends, all that. So he's coached several positions on offense, not just the quarterbacks. And Matt Ryan, the last 3 years now that he's been there, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, 3 years that he's been there coaching the quarterbacks. So that'll be one of the coaches that he's going to bring in. Now, remember, this is a QB coach, so it's probably a guy that's going to be a QB coach assistant, offensive assistant, probably not make the calls. McDaniel will probably make the calls. You know what I'm saying? But he may have somebody up in the booth because he's going to need some eyes to kind of see things, because upstairs you're going to see a little better than the person downstairs. You're going to see a lot of the things develop and what they're trying to do, so you can relay that information to your head coach. So there still has to be some eyes up above that are going to help McDaniel. I don't know if Charles London is going to be downstairs working with him and the quarterback, or if he's going to be upstairs. I don't even know if he's going to get hired. First of all, let me just say that they're interviewing him. That's all. But that's maybe that's why the press conference was pushed back to tomorrow at 10 a.m., because maybe he only had certain windows to interview people. So this is where they had to place the press conference. I personally am actually shocked that they're doing it this late in the week, considering it's Super Bowl week. You know what I'm saying? So it's just kind of odd with all of that. But Charles London is one of the first targets there. But it's a matter of building a staff, man. It's a matter of proving that you can coach, and proving that you're prepared, and proving that you're smart. Okay? Because it's very important that you win your challenges. It's very important that you know how to call plays. It's very important that you know how to set up your team from one down to another, from one series to another, from 1 week to another, and that your team can adjust to the different challenges that are going to go on. Ton of things that Mike McDaniel and every other young coach has to go out there and prove. And that's not done in 1 year, by the way. That's done over a certain amount of years. You don't really find out in 1 year. Okay, you could get a feel for a guy and say, okay, well, maybe he's got this, he's got it. He's got the skill set for it. He's got the temperament for it. He's got whatever, the IQ for it. But it's over time that you find out if they're good, because that's when, they see you year in and year out. Can you figure them out? Do you stop them from figuring you out? Can you keep people off balance? All of those things, because your coaching can get stale. Your preparation can get stale. So you've got to know how to change it up and keep people off balance. And all of those things is what tests a coach over a certain amount of time. Look, one of the things we can't do is hurry this process up. As much as I get it, man, we've been suffering for 40-something years, 50 years, that they haven't won a Super Bowl. I totally understand where people are coming from. The older fans saying, man, there hasn't been a Super Bowl since the early 70s. The younger fans saying, man, last 20, 25 years, that's what I've been watching of Dolphin football, and all I know is crap football. So it's hard to have patience. It's hard to wait for things to develop. I totally understand that. But you're not going to do this overnight. Now, he's got a pretty good base of talent, so it shouldn't take you as long as, let's say, it normally would in any other situation. I think if you coach it upright, you're challenging for a playoff spot this year. And if you're coaching it upright, and you can make the right moves in the front office, you can be a damn good team 2 years from now. Because I like the defense. Just got to add a couple of pieces, not a lot. It's the offense where you got to fix. You got to fix that offensive line and get that running game going and get another receiver. And then things start to really change. But you're not, with the right coaching and the right moves in the front office, you're really not that far away. I know that it's a broken record. You've heard it before, but the team is not, Mike McDaniel's not inheriting a complete rebuild. He's only inheriting a complete rebuild on the offense. That's it. So your defense is set, needs to be tweaked. Got to get a middle linebacker. Got to get a thumper on that team. Got to get another probably corner after you trade X. Because you're going to play Iggy, but you're going to have a veteran in there just in case if Iggy's not ready and can't make the transition. But some things will get tweaked along the way. But they're not, oh my God, they're light years away. No, they're not. They won 9 games. They're not that far away. They've just got to fix the issues on the offensive side of the ball. They get a better offense. They're able to run the ball. They keep the defense off the field a little bit more. They can gain more leads, those kind of things. It'll make life easier on everybody else, including the defense. They won't have, what you cannot do is every week make the defense be perfect because your offense is limited. And that's McDaniel's job. This cannot be a limited offense. You got to find a way to be able to strike quick and make things happen. And you can do it. Just takes good coaching and the front office to get the job done. Leon Fresco, thank you for a little love on the super chat. Says, need Ross to pull a and pay $3 million for O-line coach. It's not a matter of the money, Leon. The money's not ever been an issue, my brother. Ross will pay whatever he needs to pay to put together whatever he needs for the Dolphins or whatever he's doing. So the guy's going to go all out. It's a matter of agreeing and finding the right guy. That's what it's about. It's not the money won't be the issue. You're never going to lose something with the Miami Dolphins because of money. Ever. Stephen Ross has never done that, ever, that you sat there and you said, oh, dude, wow, our owner sucks. He doesn't want to spend. He doesn't want to make us the best we can possibly be. You know what I'm saying? So that's the issue. That's what I would tell you. By the way, if you want to make a donation through Cash App or Venmo, that's Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show on Cash App or Venmo. Brett Franz, I am Hans, and I'm Franz, and we're here to pump you up. Brett Franz says, being only 24 years old, he probably didn't even get that reference either. It's sad. I never seen the glory days of the Finns, but I'm all in on McDaniel and Tua. We will get our O-line fixed, a workhorse running back, another wide receiver in the draft, and a fast tempo offense to help Tua thrive. I'm with you, Brett. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate you, and thank you for supporting us here on the program, man. Very kind of you, sir. And, of course, Cash App or Venmo, just like Brett did. Cash Big O Show is the address. That's Cash Big O Show. And for the guy that was complaining about commercials, I'm still waiting, bro. You can drop a couple $100,000 there in the Cash App so we can eliminate some stuff for you. Make it nice and, clean for you. You mean Orlando's not working from his basement and mommy and daddy are paying the bills so he can do a little radio show for us every day? JC says, anyone that constantly passes on their team, no matter what moves they make, are not real fans. Convince me otherwise. I'm stoked for this new regime, and I think Tua makes a huge leap. I agree, too. I'm JC, I'm with you there. I am really pumped up about this whole deal. I'm pumped up about this transition because You've got a coach that's eager to work with the young man. And he understands what he needs to do around him in order to be successful. And I get it. We have a certain section of you that are just convinced otherwise. And you're convinced that Tua can never be a winner at this level and can't be a champion and all that crap. And that's your decision. That doesn't mean it's a fact. Okay? And that's the difference. So hopefully with time, it proves a hell of a lot of people wrong, is what I'm hoping. And I mean, if you're a Dolphins fan, even if you're not a believer, I would hope you're hoping that you're wrong also, at least in all of that. As much as I wasn't a believer of certain things that have gone on over the years, I would always hope that I'm wrong when I was negative about something. You know what I mean? So hopefully you're at least hoping that Tua does work out, not rooting for Tua to fail, or Mike McDaniel, or Chris Greer, or Stephen Ross, whatever it is you're against with the Miami Dolphins. The negative attitude towards it, it's like, okay, so then how are you going to handle this whole season? Like, you're not positive about anything. It's going to be pretty tough for you. You know what I mean? And if they have success, then you're like, it's almost like you bitterly have to then accept it. How many NFL team owners wouldn't spend money to help their team? Is Ross unique in some way? Serious question. Well, I mean, the guy in Cincinnati doesn't always spend. Okay? Mike Brown's not one of those guys known for spending. So sometimes there are teams that in the past, the Arizona Cardinals, for a long time, the older Bidwell, when he was around, the McCaskies with the Bears, they've been known to be cheap too, my friend. And if you follow the league, sometimes there are certain teams that they may not go all the way when it comes to trying to win a championship. And they may not be willing to have all the scouts you need. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, certain commitments, they may not be willing to make it. So that does exist. It's not like a huge problem in the NFL, but there are a couple of teams that at times over the last 20, 30, 40 years that I've been watching, there were times that certain teams had an opportunity and they chose a more frugal road. Let's just put it that way. Okay. Speaking of frugal, how about Nature B? Those 2 golden capsules every single day, baby, will power you through. Like sometimes at 2, 3 o'clock, you kind of run out of gas. Well, not with Nature B, man. You're going to power through the entire day. Pennies a day. Those 2 golden capsules, they will boost your immune system with 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 minerals, and powerful antioxidants. I've been taking it for 20 years. Okay? Not 2 months. Not 2 weeks, not 2 years, 20 years. I take my 2 golden capsules from Nature B. Right there, baby. The power of pollen. So order yours. All right? Use my code Big O for free shipping. How about that? So you'll save yourself some money. You'll get the power of pollen made in clean, green New Zealand. It is all natural, not made in some stinking lab. No. Mother Nature makes this. So it's great for the kids. It's great for mom. It's great for dad. It's great for everybody. And by the way, ladies, your hair will grow stronger and faster. And for you guys that kind of like having a little bit of extra hair, like yours truly, maybe that, now that I think about it, I've been taking it for 20 years. Maybe that's why my hair is kind of strong at 55. Never thought of it. Maybe it's the Nature B. Who knows? But I love it also. The main reason for me is boosting the immune system. So go to natureb.com, boost that immune system every single day. All right? And use my code, Big O, to get free shipping. at natureb.com. All right. Lenny says, I remember you used to bring on the Nature Bee guy on your show back in the day. Yes, Mike Buck. Yep, but they don't do the Mike Buck thing anymore. They don't do that kind of stuff anymore. So they count on. Well, with me, I've been at it for a long time. They know, and so you see, Lenny knows that I've been doing it for a long, long time, 20 years. Some of you might be new, and you're like, "Oh, he's full of crap." No, I'm not. I've been taking Nature B for 20 years, bro. 20 years. I swear by this stuff, dude. I swear by this stuff. Okay? I swear. It's so good, by the way, just to give you a heads up. It's so good. You try to do this with anything that's vitamin or natural. Break the capsule. Straight powder. Tastes great. Can't say that about a lot of things. But with Nature B, you can. So there you go. Power of pollen, baby. You'll feel it every day like I do. Lord knows I need my Nature B, man. God, I need my Nature B building this thing up. I don't stop. I really don't stop. But it's been a lot of fun building this thing up. Big O, have you done any interviews on your show with WWE Hall of Fame wrestlers? No, we have not, Canes. Maybe that's something we could do down the line because we have a wrestling expert here in Sean. See, I normally would not do those interviews because I don't follow wrestling, so I don't know anything about it. But Sean knows everything about it, so I would gladly do those kind of interviews as long as Sean takes the lead, and I can just chime in every once in a while and have some fun. So if Sean wants to set up some wrestling interviews, I am more than happy to go along with it because I know that there's some of you maniacs out there that love wrestling, like our beloved Sean Stanley. So yes, we'll give you some of that. I have no problem talking about anything. That's one of the things that I wanted to do with Onside Radio. That was the idea, is to give people like a real sports talk station so they can listen to everything. And if there's a big boxing match coming on, let's talk boxing. And if it's a UFC match, then let's do it. And if it's wrestling, let's do it. And that's why Sean had a wrestling show on the station. We wanted to be a complete sports station. We had a hockey show and all that. And I do want to add hockey and I want to add soccer and all that to our entire lineup. So all of these things, I'm working on it. It's not an overnight thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's very important you support our great sponsors. You support us when we have, live events, go out and visit us and hang out and all of that stuff. That's why we tell you to smash the hell out of the like button. That helps us so much. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. You're listening on iTunes, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, wherever you're listening, hit that like button, man. It's all these things are incredibly important. Tony says, wrong, Big O. You had Chris Jericho on 560. Yes, I did. What did I talk about with Chris Jericho for 1 hour? Did I ever talk any wrestling with him, Tony? Not one bit. I talked heavy metal, and I talked about his band, Fozzy. I didn't talk about any wrestling. Not 1 second did I talk wrestling. Because when I met Chris Jericho, I know Chris Jericho. I have his number. I can call Chris Jericho. He's a really good dude. When I got him on, I told him, dude, I don't follow you for wrestling. I only follow you for music, and I've caught you on that metal show, and I love your attitude. I love your personality, and that you love music, and then obviously you have your own band, and I've seen his band in concert. So I brought on Chris Jericho, never talked any wrestling with him at all. So if I would have had Sean with me in those days, then I would have allowed Sean to do his thing because he would have made, he would have come up with really good wrestling questions that you wrestling fans would like to know. Me, I'm an idiot. I'm a moron when it comes to wrestling. What the hell do I know about wrestling? I can. It would be a fake conversation, and that's just not my style. So when I met Chris, I said, "Hey, I'll bring you on the show, but I want you to know I can't talk wrestling. I'm only interested in music." And he, by the way, Jericho told me, "This is awesome." He goes, "I can't get away from wrestling every time I'm even talking to people about music. So I'm glad that this will be about just music." And he loved the interview for an hour because we got to talk about something that he has a passion for, that obviously he's not nearly known for being Fozzie's lead singer. He's known more for Chris Jericho, the world-class wrestler. So there you go. But yeah, I had him on, but I didn't talk any wrestling. Oh, I love it. All right. Remember our Welton Rayon text line 855-912-1056. Our Welton Rayon text line 855-912-1056. And by the way, Welton Rayon is our new sponsors. So if you have property damage, like let's say your pipes burst and you're going to call the plumber, no. You call Welton Rayon first, because they're going to get you more money to pay for the plumber and everything else. Get my drift? So if you have condo damage, criminal defense, those of you that might get in a little bit of trouble, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury, Welt and Rayon, 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. If you have any of those issues and even more, call them, free consultation. They'll take care of you. But our Welton Rayon text line, 855-912-1056. All right? That is our text line there. We'll read our text in a minute. For now, let's go to Cameron Wolf and our Miami Dolphins report, brought to you by the Fort Lauderdale Police Department.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and Miami Dolphins with our Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolf. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to flpdjobs.com. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolf.
There is Cam the man. Don't forget, we will carry the press conference tomorrow at 10 a.m. So we will have everything here with Mike McDaniel getting presented as the new Dolphins head coach. Cameron Wolf is ready to go with us. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Cam, your thoughts, first of all, on the first video you saw from Mike McDaniel with Tua Tagovailoa.
Big O, what's good, my guy? Appreciate you having me on, man. First thing I thought is I wish I was there. I wish I had to access the Miami Dolphins home team as McDaniels in that situation. But I thought it was cool. I thought that we got a good insight of who Mike McDaniel is, his personality. And as like media members, Big O, I think we're going to enjoy working with him a lot more.
I feel better for all. I feel good for you guys. I mean, I'm not at press conferences normally anyway, so it doesn't bother me. But for you guys, it looks like you're going to cover a human being now. So that's actually pretty good. You were covering a freaking
and press
robot.
Conference, it'll make press.
God.
Right. And it'll make press conferences interesting again, which will give you more topics to talk about, us more topics to talk about on the show, because he seems like a free thinker, where he actually thinks about questions rather than giving cliches. So that was noticeable. The Tua interaction was really dope, because you've heard through back channels that the Dolphins are committing to Tua, but this was sort of the verbal commitment. Your first day on the job, you're talking to your starting quarterback, you're telling them how you're going to be great, not about what his weaknesses are and what we need to work on. No, I'm going to get the best out of you. And you're going to have to, you're going to say this is the best day of your career. Like, that's something that I think is a bold move by your new head coach. And I got to imagine that Tua and his team are just grinning ear to ear to work with this dude. So if you're on Team Tua, which I know that you are, Big O, this is a really good day to be on that train, because Mike McDaniel seems like he's a very happy participant, and he may be up there in the front seat with you, Big O, on the train, the Tua train.
Listen, man, I just, like I said before, I'm not asking for much. Give him what Kirk Cousins has. Give him what Tannehill has. Give him what Winston and Taysom Hill have. Give him what Matt Stafford has. Just put a good team around him, and I think he's going to be just fine. And I think he'll be one hell of a quarterback. He'll be a top 10 quarterback in this league. He can win you a Super Bowl. I truly believe that. But what I liked about this yesterday that I saw is that in my eyes and from the information that I've gathered, there was never a desire, a fire to build a relationship between the coach and the player the last time around. And in less than 2 minutes on that video, I felt I saw more effort from this head coach than the prior head coach in trying to truly make a connection. And I almost felt like he wasted more time in trying to prove his point instead of working with the young man, because listen, these guys in the front office aren't stupid either. If you work with the kid and you do everything that he needs, 2 years later, he's not doing the job. They know it, the coach knows it, and everybody moves on. But if you're fighting it from day one and you never find out, then you got people and you're leaving them in the dark. And there's too much gray area here. And that's the problem here. Maybe if Flo would have just gone with it right from the get-go, all out, and then given Tua the opportunity, and then everybody would find out. And that's what I love about this, that I think we'll find out in the next year to two. Mike McDaniel will create the environment he needs, and we'll find out if he's the guy or not. That's it.
Yeah, Big O, I think you're absolutely right. I think you're looking at a situation where if you're the coach, the first thing you say as a coach is, how can I get the most of my roster? Not what can I fix, what can I get rid of, what can I, discard? How can I get the most of my roster? And it starts with that quarterback position, which is why I thought it was so dope that McDaniel singled out Tua, because you drafted this kid 5th overall a couple years ago. He clearly has talent. What can you do as a coach to get the most out of him? And I think that what his scheme is, like looking into a lot of what the 49ers did with Kyle Shanahan, is going to work out tremendously for Tua. A ideal guy as Mike McDaniel is, like I've talked to people across the league and they talk about him being the guy that Kyle Shanahan trusted. Kyle Shanahan's a smart dude, but Kyle Shanahan doesn't trust a lot of people. And he trusted Mike McDaniel to be the guy he leans on for his ideas. So I think that he's going to be creative in how to come up with ways to how can we get Alabama Tua back. And I think that'll be the story of the offseason is, what does this new scheme look like? What are the plays? It's not just going to be, hey, we'll throw a few RPOs in there and then we'll run the rest of our stuff. No, the whole offense is going to be shaped around him. I think you'll see the targets they get this offseason shaped around him even more. And you're all in. And like you said, this is year 3 for Tua. He knows he has something to prove, but it helps him and it helps his confidence if he knows that the guy leading the program is behind him.
And Mike, one of the things, we had Jennifer Lee Chan on yesterday, who works for NBC out there in San Francisco. She covers the Niners. And so one of the things, a lot of people have been kind of throwing out there that he doesn't call the plays, that Shanahan calls the plays. And Jennifer walked us through.
I think I may have lost your audio, Big O.
Oh, you got me now? You got me now? You good? You good? Live. You got to love live.
I think I may have lost your audio. Let me exit out real quick and come back in. I think I may have lost your audio.
Okay, go ahead. Do your thing. Let's see. There we go. All right. So he's got to pop out and pop back in. Let's see if we get him back in there. And you can follow Cameron, by the way, on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. You can catch him here twice a week. He will be back on Friday. Yes. On Friday. He normally is on, no, he'll be back. Yeah, he'll be back Friday because we've got to alter it because he had some stuff he had to take care of. So he couldn't do his normal day, which is Tuesday, Friday. So he'll be on today and then he'll be on again on Tuesday. No, Monday, Thursday is his days. Now he'll go today and Friday is what it'll be. Things happen, ladies and gentlemen. I can't do anything about it. Sometimes it happens. So hopefully we'll there we go. I think we got Cam now. We got him up. Cam, you got the sound now. Are you good? Can you hear? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You don't hear me at all? Hello? No? He's frozen. He's frozen in time. Wait a minute. I saw a thumbs up for a moment. There we go. Okay. You there? Oh, no, I don't hear you. Mute button. I think he's not hitting the. I think he's got the mute button smashed there, right, Sean? Yeah, mute. There you go, mute button. There we go. I think he hit it now. No, I don't hear you at all. We don't hear him at all. We don't hear you. We're not hearing you at all. All right, let's see if we get him on the cell phone, I guess. All right, Sean, let's do the cell phone, and we'll figure it out that way. That's what you got to love about live radio. Flores was never on board with Tua. He wanted Herbert. No, he did not. He didn't want Herbert. You're full of crap, Lenny. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Just so you'll know. Anyway,
You hear me, Big O?
Now I got you.
Man, I feel like I was a grandparent dealing with technology issues, trying to figure out the audio.
Honey, I just can't figure out, honey, which button do I press here?
All right, so
this is real
McDaniel's got obviously a lot to prove, but one of the things that has kind of been thrown around and has kind of been a misconception or misinformation or whatever. We had Jennifer Lee Chan on, who covers the Niners out there in NBC. We had her on yesterday to explain everything to us. And McDaniel makes all the calls. He makes all the calls from the top. He sends them down to Shanahan. Shanahan relays it to the quarterback. Now, if Shanahan wants to tweak, alter, or change it, he does. But you got to imagine that if he's got Mike calling all the plays, he's not changing much. Maybe in a fourth down or in a fourth quarter or end of a half or something, he might have an idea or whatever. But Jennifer explained to us that Mike makes the calls, but it goes through Shanahan, and Shanahan then relays it to the quarterback. So the Joe Philbin comparisons are actually not fair, where Joe Philbin helped prepare the game plans, but Mike was making all the calls on game day. McCarthy, that is. In this case, Daniel's actually making the calls for the Niners. So that was actually a nice thing that Jennifer kind of explained to us yesterday.
Now, that's a good nugget for sure. I don't think I didn't know that for sure. I do know that if Dolphins fans want to really know a lot about Mike McDaniel, you can research some of those QB collective videos. And I've spent some time watching those where Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, who's actually the Packers head coach, who I know well, and Mike McDaniel, they're all in here talking a lot of scheme stuff. If you don't like talk scheme, it's going to bore you. But if you like to talk scheme and football, and I'm sure a lot of our fans here, Big O, love that. Yeah. That's where you get to see how smart he is and his insight. And so when you talk about him being a factor in the play calling, like Kyle Shanahan's not going to give up the full play calling responsibilities because he's Kyle Shanahan. But he definitely had a big hand on that. And so you're going to get a guy who I'm going to take a very small leap and assume that he's going to call plays here. But you're going to have a guy who has been prepping for the moment to call plays for many years and has been around some of the greatest minds to do it, has just not got the opportunity. And we tweeted about it. A lot of people tweeted about it, but I tweeted about it earlier this week. When you look at that 2012 Washington football team roster, they had Sean McVay, LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, and Mike McDaniel on that roster. I don't know how they only won 6 games, but that's another story for another day.
Daniel Snyder, bro. Daniel Snyder, dude. They brought Joe Gibbs back, and he couldn't bring any magic back because it always starts at the top, dude. Always.
But there's no guarantee. But like I said, look at those other 3 guys I mentioned: LaFleur, McVay, Shanahan. One of them's in the Super Bowl. The other 2 have been deep in the playoffs this year. And so you're looking at 3 guys who were 3 of the 4 guys in the circle when you got the 4th. So that should make you feel good as a Dolphins fan. No guarantee he still has to do it, but he has a cycle of people who there. And Big O, one thing that was very important for me was I love that he's an offensive schemer and he's a great play caller, but I was curious his leadership. I've talked to you about this a while. Like, can he lead a group of guys? And I don't know Mike McDaniel personally. I've never met him before, but I asked someone who worked with him that specific question, and he said, yes, he's got a quirky style, and we've kind of seen some of that personality that's different, but he's like, he relates to dudes at their level in a way that's unique. You know, he doesn't try to pretend. He doesn't have this big macho, yell at you style, but he has a unique way and it works. So that's one thing I'm really interested to see. But so far, from what I've heard, there's a belief that he can be the guy who leads in his way. And that's a big part of this gig, along with the scheming.
All right. Two things on that to follow up on those things. One, on the leading stuff, it's simple. And you've been in enough locker rooms just like I have over the last 30 years. Players don't need you to scream at them or even talk to them.
Right.
What they want you to do is show them the way on how to win and how to make their incentives.
Yep.
You do those two things.
Yep.
They'll run through walls. They'll defend you to the end. They won't care. They don't care how you look. They don't care how tall you are, how short you are, how fat you are, what accent you have, where you're from, how smart you are, or maybe you don't talk like a smart guy, you talk more street or whatever it is. None of that matters to any player that I've ever seen in my life. Can you make me win? And can you help me get my incentives on my contract? That's it, dude. That's all they give a shit about. And so McDaniel will win the locker room over just by doing those things. If he shows them that he can coach and put his team in a better position than the opponent, that's all they're ever going to care about. They're going to go, that guy's the effing man, dude. He sees everything ahead of it, and he tells us, and we go out there and we kick ass. Because of that, I got that guy's back every day of the week. So it's really not about looks or anything else. It's about how effective are you as a coach.
Right. And Big O, I think what's interesting, kind of especially in this new generation of players, is that more often than not, they kind of police themselves. And so you don't need maybe the disciplinarian that you did back in the 90s to tell you, hey, stay out of the club, don't do that. If you bring the right guys in, they discipline themselves. So you need a guy who can keep things together, prevent finger pointing, but more than anything, you need a guy that they can trust and that they can lean on and that they know that, it's going to have their back.
Is it Spo or
that's the quality?
Is it Spo or is it UD? That's what you're saying. Right?
Right. Exactly.
It's
That's a really great point.
Policing the locker room.
Yep. Exactly. And that's why I think you're going to see if McDaniel is smart, sounds like he's very smart, smarter than me, you're going to see him bring in guys that he's comfortable with, and maybe not in the flow Patriot way where, hey, every guy we're getting is Patriot, but maybe one or two guys who are like, hey, this is a guy that can tell you how we have done it before and, how we want to do it. I'm going to leave you guys alone. Like I've talked to coaches who, like Mike Vrabel in particular, like I said, I spent a lot of time in Tennessee. He tells me he never goes in the locker room. He's like, that's the player's zone. I will never go in the locker room. I will tell them to come out if they want to talk to me. I don't want to interrupt their zone. That's their area. And I never heard a coach explain it, but he had been in the locker room and he said they don't want coaches in there. Coaches are out there on the field, but we want our coach to be separate from us. We can handle it. Trust us as players to handle it. And if it needs to come to you, it'll come to you. So I think that's something that gets a little overstated, that you have somebody to yell at you or you need somebody to be disciplined. Yeah, there's a way about it, especially when it comes to penalties. But as far as the yelling and all that stuff, I think there's plenty of different styles of coaches. And there's a lot of coaches. Andy Reid doesn't yell a lot, and he's won a lot. So there's a lot of coaches you can win with who don't yell, don't have that domineering style.
Tony Dungy and Tom Flores. 2 cigar store mannequins. There are 3 titles amongst those 2 guys. So it's just, that they didn't yell at all. I mean, nothing. There was no emotion from either one of those guys. And there's 3 championships. The other point to follow up on what you said, and let me also follow up on what everybody else is saying so I can cut them off already, because I've read this guy already from the videos and everything that's going on. For the people that think he's going to come in here and get somebody to call plays for him, not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
No shot. You know
Yep.
why? He looks to me like the guy that wants to beat you at chess, that enjoys beating you at chess, that wants to call the plays that will leave you befuddled. And I think that's his high. That's his drug. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what I think he's smart enough, unlike Flo, that he's going to surround himself with people that he will delegate stuff so he doesn't have to micromanage. And then he can focus on what he needs to focus in on, which is the quarterback, the offense, the play calling. And he'll have, whether it is a Fangio or somebody, where he doesn't have to micromanage the defense. The defense is all well and fine. And I think he's doing those kind of things. But there's no doubt in my mind that this is a guy that wants to play call and wants to beat your ass at play calling.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, Big O, he doesn't want to stay on the sidelines. I can already see he's looking forward to that battle with his old boys. You know how it is. You want to face your boys.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur. Robert Saleh's a guy that spent time with him. Robert Saleh's I think I talked about it last time. He already talked about not wanting to play him in a division. Well, guess what? You got him twice a year. You don't think that Mike McDaniel's going to want to scheme up to try to out-scheme Robert Saleh? Like, no matter what these guys say about it being another game, let's be real. You want to beat your boys. And I want to beat my boys and everything I play. So he's going to be calling plays. I'm almost certain of that. And I think that one thing is important that you just mentioned, Big O, is his staff hasn't been put together. I don't know if it ends up being Fangio or they keep Boyer, which has been something the organization has wanted as far as the rest of the defensive staff. But I do think they need at least one or two veteran guys on that staff, ideally a former head coach, a guy that he can lean on. And like you said, that can be able to help him with delegation. That's the one thing with those guys who get the first-time gig who are super smart. You try to do it all, and that becomes too cumbersome for you. Right. So I know he's already had conversations about that, but I definitely want to see how the staff comes together. Does he have that support system? Because as smart as you can't do everybody's role. You have to be able to delegate.
All right, we'll wrap it up with this because I don't want this. I don't want our Dolphins segments to be brought down with this whole Flores crap that's going to be hanging over like a cloud for a cumulonimbus cloud. For those of you that don't know, that's like a cloud that can stretch for 3 states. Okay. I don't even know how I remembered that from school. Anyway, so
I don't know how you did too. I don't remember anything about clouds, Big O. So
I don't know how I remember anything. Period. As it is. We look at. Did you see the Emmanuel Acho thing? Because we got to give Emmanuel.
I did
credit on that. I mean, I keep saying this, and I know there's an enormous problem in this league, dude. Okay, it's been for 100 years. We know it. Okay. Unfortunately, I keep saying Flo's not the example you want fighting for this. I want Eric Bieniemy representing me for this. I want Tony Dungy to talk about it. I want Marvin Lewis to talk about it because it took Marvin Lewis a century before he finally got the job to be a head coach. I just feel he's a poor example. And Emmanuel Acho, he has done such a fabulous transition from football player to TV personality. He gets this job. He does a really good job. He knows how to tweak people and all that. And that nugget he found that I know they're his friends, Flo, but he had to think a little bit that, damn, he hires a law office that all 19 people are white and not one of them are there to tell the story of the kind of discrimination that blacks go through all the time. You may want to have thought up that angle a little bit better for yourself, Brian. I don't know. But your thoughts on Emmanuel Acho's nugget, which I got to keep giving him the love for that because he deserves it.
Yeah, I think that's a real criticism. I mean, you definitely need to have black people representing you if your issue is race and fixing race dichotomy. And I think that's long been an issue in the black community, that you hire lawyers and agents that represent you that look completely different than you, and you're trying to have race as an issue. So, I'd imagine that in New York there are some black practices. I don't know. I've never been I've
Of
never
course,
been
man.
looking for a class action lawsuit, but I imagine there was something available. So that definitely is a fair criticism. And for Flo, especially race being a big part of this, that would be a question I would have for him. Why not, find at least one black attorney that could be a part of your law office?
By the way, Saban years ago had a player in the Dolphin building that was having like a seizure, and Saban
Yep.
just like stepped over him and kept going to his office. I don't know if you know that story. So I'm just
I
wondering,
didn't. No,
what did you? Yeah, yeah. Ask somebody to tell you that.
that's wild. That's wild.
Omar might know that story. Ask him to tell you that story.
Right.
It's a funny story and a sad story also at the same time. How did you feel about Flo like just basically running Lovie Smith over to get his point? I thought that was, I don't know who, again, his lawyers, that this is completely out of touch to like, well, we know that we're glad they hired Lovie Smith, but we know they only hired Lovie Smith because we were suing,
Right.
and again, dude,
Yeah.
awareness, brother, come on, dude, you're
Right.
fighting for Lovie Smith. You're not trying to trash Lovie Smith, dude. What is wrong with you?
Right.
It just, not a lot of awareness by
I
Flo's
think.
players.
Yeah, I think my overall take, and I even thought about this through the cycle of when they were doing the press views, is I want to hear more from Flo and less from his lawyers. Like I know the lawyers have a role there to protect you, to make sure you don't say anything that hurts your legal case. But I think that Flo has smart points that he can point out without your lawyers, kind of interjecting and making. I just don't know that that's the best look. And yeah, they've got a legal case to fight. I don't think it should be making a statement after every cycle of coach hiring.
Yeah, Lovie Smith's not going to be inviting you over for a beer, Flo. I just want you to know that. Just want you to know that. All right, follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Where are you headed to this weekend? You headed anywhere? Are you traveling at all?
I'm actually heading back to Miami. I had to stop here in Chicago for a family situation, and so I am heading back to Miami probably in about two hours. So I will see you guys. I will be there tomorrow for Mike McDaniel's press conference.
Oh, I thought you were headed to Tennessee
to try to see meeting the new.
I thought you would go back to Tennessee to see if Robinson and Vrabel really are convinced that they're going to move forward with Tannehill. I don't know. They just got their new deals. So. Figured out.
Yeah, they might be stuck. They might be stuck regardless.
They're stuck.
Go with what's new.
They're stuck.
Yeah.
But can you see them drafting somebody since they are stuck with them? Are they stuck basically 2 more years, right? I think because of the money, it's almost 2 years, right?
So one guaranteed, but they've got a big cap. They're sunk a little bit in the cap for 2023 as well. So they can get out of the contract after this year through his guarantees. But they still have to eat a lot of dead cap. So he's definitely going to be a starting quarterback in 2022, but I could see them drafting a guy, particularly maybe in the day 2 or something, and say, hey, we'll give him a year on the bench, and maybe he can take over in 2023 if he's ready. I could definitely see him going that path.
Yeah, because they can't buy it, so they can draft. Right. And their team, it's not like, oh my God, we need to fill 8 spots or something. That's a damn good team already.
They're really close. They could use a little bit of offensive line, a little bit of receiver. But ultimately, I mean, they were the 1 seed in the AFC. They just need to play better. Tannehill needs to play better.
Well, they got to also, if Henry stays healthy, they would have been better.
Yeah,
because he's a monster.
Yeah, exactly,
he's a monster. And bro, the development of Foreman, holy crap! Yes. He became
a 2-headed monster.
He became Henry Jr. because he even had the thick dread in the back and everything. It kind of looked. He had even that same look that Derek had and everything. He was running with some. Confidence is a sweet thing, and I think he comes from Houston, where you probably didn't have a lot of confidence in what's going on, and then you go to Tennessee, and then there's an attitude, there's a line, there's Derrick Henry, and then that lifts you up. You know what I'm saying? And I think, by the way, just to kind of let's end it this way. I think the Dolphins have a chance of their offensive linemen. I thought got beat up mentally and physically. I think you get the right line coach here. You can rebuild that up again. And I think Tua also gets revitalized with confidence when you have people around you that are coaching you with confidence. So I think all of those things, confidence is a beautiful thing for any of us. And I think Foreman is a nice example of what could happen with Miami if they get the right people in place. So you never know.
Agreed.
Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolf. Cam, thank you as always, my brother. Appreciate you immensely. We'll talk to you on Friday.
Appreciate you, Big O. All right, man.
You got it, baby. There you go. Cameron Wolf from the NFL Network. And, of course, our Fort Lauderdale Police Department, Miami Dolphins report, FLPD.com. They are hiring certified and uncertified police officers wherever you live in the country. You want to leave Chicago? You want to leave New York? You want to leave Washington? You want to leave Oregon? You want to leave California? You know, there's some pretty crappy states out there that aren't treating their officers the right way. Well, come on down to the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. FLPD.com is the website. Go ahead, apply, and serve a great community here in South Florida, the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, FLPD.com.
This has been the Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolf. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Flores, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
A Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome back, folks. Hour number 3 on here on the program. Thank you all, as always, for supporting us here on the show. Sean Stanley masters this program every single day. Many ways to contribute. You can, of course, please smash the like button. Very important to smash the like button every time you're listening, whenever you're listening to the podcast, watching it on YouTube. Also hit the notification bell, all of that good stuff. Very, very important. Of course, you can reach out to us on the Welton Rayom text lines. That is 855-912-1056. The Welton Rayom text lines, 855-912-1056. Yahoo email, bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Twitter, Big O Show. And, of course, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo. That is Cash Big O Show. Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. All right. There you go. It's a beautiful thing. What else do we have going on? Remember, I want to remind you, we've got a big game broadcast on Sunday, and we will be at the Airport Marriott, the Champions Sports Bar there. Champions Sports Bar is actually, it is a super sweet bar. Really, really nice. Would love to see a bunch of you come on down. Secured free parking, great food, and TVs everywhere, and great seating inside. And then they've got a small patio outside also. So if you want to enjoy the great weather and all that stuff, and you know, it's actually a pretty good view. You got the highway there. It's actually pretty nice. It freaked me out, actually. So we will have our big game broadcast on Sunday. We'll have guests part of the broadcast, of course. So we'll take you pretty much up to kickoff. We'll start at 4, end around 6:15, and then watch the game and enjoy it. So would love to see those of you out there. 1201 Northwest Lejeune Road, the Airport Marriott, and it's in the second building, the new building. It's in the first floor, and it's beautiful, man. I mean, it blew me away. Seriously, I used to go to the old Champions back in the day, and now it's actually called Cane Grill. They redid it. It's really nice. But the Champion Sports Bar will be there on Sunday. We'll start the broadcast at 4. So if you're out of town, you can't be there, you can watch it. We'll have some guests. We'll talk and preview the game and give you our thoughts on the game, all that kind of good stuff. But if you want a place to watch the game, secured, free parking, great atmosphere, great bar, beautiful tables and chairs, and the bar area is really cool. They got some big, beautiful TVs. Go to our Twitter page at Big O Show. I posted it there. You can check it out. But yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. So starts off at 4:00. So come on by and join us over at Champions Sports Bar in the Airport Marriott, literally right off of the highway. That's the beautiful thing too. You get off the highway, you go into the Marriott, you're done. You get right back on the highway, go to 95, go west if you live west. You can go out to the Palmetto and then go north and go to 75, wherever you live, or down south. Easy to get to because you're literally right off of the highway. So it's awesome. So check it out there. So Champion Sports Bar, big game broadcast this Sunday, 4:00. Please join us. Let's see. Big O, isn't the backup running back for the Titans a free agent this offseason? I don't know. I'm not. I have no idea if Foreman is or not. I have zero clue if he is or not. But he did a great job this year, my brother. Great job. Can we stop with the flow talk? Let's just wait for it to play out. We got a new head coach. Let's meet him. Howard, I got to do a show for 3 hours, my brother. There's all kinds of things to talk about. Okay, so flow is part of the conversation, whether you like it or not. So yesterday, he made more news because Emmanuel Acho kind of exposed him for being an idiot. You hire an all-white attorney group for your cause. Like, man, there's zero awareness from that guy. Zero. So he'll be part of the story, whether you like it or not, my brother. Mike Kliss, my buddy out in Denver. And thank you, Gus 1388, because Gus 1388 he has got producer in him left and right, because he is constantly tracking all kinds of stories on Twitter and then retweeting it to me all the time. He says, per source, it appears likely John Embry is heading to the Dolphins in an offensive position. It appears Broncos will miss out on the respected ball coach and local ties. How about that? So John Embry headed out to the Dolphins. I don't know, but that's nice to see that the Klister is on it. I mean, he's always well connected. I know very well the two guys that work there in Denver that are very well connected with the Broncos. So that is definitely one of them. There's no doubt about that. Oh, I see Dougley just tweeted out our show from yesterday that we recorded, and it dropped today. So there you go. All right. What else do we have here to do? I have. Oh no. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the Twitter feed there for a second. All right. Remember the Welton Rayon text line 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 in the Welton Rayon text line. And on the text line, Big O, I was watching more biased coverage of Flores' lawsuit, and they brought up Gase and got me thinking the reason given for Gase's firing was him refusing to rebuild, which in hindsight, it was the owner allegedly asking to tank. So Gase might have actually had more backbone and ethics than Flores. I have no idea, bro. In the end, I don't want Gase here either. I saw enough of Gase. You know what I mean? Let's see. Rudy in Baltimore says, now I agree with you, not to mention a terrible coach. Thanks for hearing me out. I will tune in today. Thank you, Rudy. I appreciate it. Rudy, we were going back and forth about several issues. I see here. What else do we have? That's called a to-do list. Somebody sent me a to-do list. What do we have here? Falcons quarterbacks coach. Yes. Charles London. Yes. To interview with the Dolphins offensive coordinator job. Yes. We talked about that. Thank you for passing that on the text line. Thank you. on the Welton Rayon text line, 855-912-1056. By the way, one of our newest sponsors, Welton Rayon, the attorneys, and they do all kinds of things, okay? This is how this community works, okay? Jeff Welt from Welton Rayon. These guys, well, now Daniel hasn't, but Jeff has, because I'm not going to lie to you guys either. Jeff Welt has been listening to me for over 20 years. A lawyer that's been working in our town for a long, long time. They have a great firm out in Hollywood. I went out to their place, and they do all kinds of great stuff, by the way, for those of you out there, property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury, all of that stuff. Homeowners, you got all that. You call them 954-966-4646. You know how I tell you guys that this is a community thing. It's you guys listening. It's sponsors sponsoring this. Obviously, it's you guys hitting the like button, subscribing, visiting our sponsors. This is how this whole thing grows. This is how we add more talent. This is how we continue to kick radio's ass. And we give you insight that you'll never get on QAM ever. From Flores getting fired to having Jennifer Lee Chan yesterday telling us and explaining how Mike McDaniel does make the calls. You know, all of these kind of things that you're never going to get on a station that is just absolutely done. You know what I'm saying? There's no platform made where you're going to get the Heat insight you got for an hour from Ira, the Canes insight you get from Manny, and we're adding more, by the way, on the Canes side and on the Heat side. All the insight we give you on the Dolphins. You're not going to get that anywhere. Nowhere. But the only way it's going to survive is Edge Energy Drink. It's the only way it's going to survive. It's you guys hitting that link and buying something that's absolutely delicious and has zero aftertaste. And Sean is addicted, by the way. But that's the beauty. Jeff Welt has been a listener. He has been going back and forth with me on Twitter for, I don't know how long that I've been on Twitter, 10 years, 12, whatever, 14. And that guy's been going back and forth with me on Twitter for 20 years. Now he's one of our sponsors. It's a small world, but this is part of it. And these are the people that are all involved. John from Edge Energy Drink, he's a hardcore listener, watching all the time. And by the way, a great energy drink. Link below. Okay? But that's how this thing is growing. It's growing because you're all listening, you're all watching, you're all downloading, you're hitting the like button, you're visiting our sponsors. Sponsors are stepping up. We're able to add more insiders and more shows to give you what? More content. That's the wheel, man. That's the wheel we're building, and I thank all of you for it. I thank Sean's hard work every single day. I thank all of our incredible listeners throughout the world. Those of you that are visiting our sponsors, I thank our amazing sponsors. I thank our great insiders that we have all over the place, and we're adding more. This is how we're building a freaking monster. And the best part is we're building something that's ours, because this show is yours. It's a beautiful thing, because it's you guys giving me stuff to hang all over our studio. Everything from Dominic making these for us, all of this. Thank you. We're so blessed. Donations that you make, Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. Still waiting for that $1 million of Bitcoin so I can tell you what Flo wanted, but I can wait for that. I can wait for the $1 million in Bitcoin. I can hang in there. CSR Collectible says, love to see the growth. Been listening to you for years, but once I moved to Orlando, didn't get local radio. This show is great. Keep building. Thank you. And thanks to you, CSR, that you're always watching. We will be able to build. We will be able to build. And CSR, make sure you call Sloman's Home Security to take care of you. Revis Island says he could have been a great coach, but he ruined his best opportunity in Miami with all the picks and cap space. Guess he must be talking about Flo. David Triana says in each of London's first 3 seasons with Houston, he was there for 4. The Texans ranked 3rd in the AFC and 6th in the NFL in rushing per game. Yep. And so and you're talking about Charles London, and that is the interesting part. Mike McDaniel, the guy that's going to fall in love with Mike McDaniel the most, and he doesn't know this yet, it's Omar. Right. Omar Kelly, I love Omar Kelly, bro. He's so awesome. He's a great dude. But yes, he does contradict himself at times. Okay. And I do a good job of pointing it out in the middle of interviews at times. But he's the guy that loves running. He loves running backs and he loves offensive line play. And he knows the importance of having a running game. And so does Mike McDaniel. And that's why you see his first moves. That dude cares about building the line. And, Flo failed in finding the offensive line coach. Mike McDaniel cannot afford to do that. That's the twisted part about all of this. The room for error for Mike McDaniel is very thin. And he's got to figure out quickly. And the good thing is that's his passion. The offense, the running game, the quarterback, all of that. And that's where Miami has its weakness. So if he's able to get a quarterback on defense like a Vic Fangio, and then he's able to fix the issues on offense, and especially in the running game, that is going to open everything up for everyone. And if Tua's facing linebackers on their heels, that's the good life. If he's facing linebackers that are all on their toes, well, that's the bad life. And that's where it changes. Okay. By the way, the Sloman Shield, you know how Mike Daniel's going to have to build a Sloman Shield type of offensive line in front of Tua, right? Because that's what Sloman's does for your home. You've got that force field around your home. I've got it. Got cameras on the outside. I've got cameras inside. You don't have to put the cameras inside. Some of you can, some of you can't. Hey, I've got animals. So I've got 5 beautiful dogs, and we've got to make sure they're fine and they're good and everything's all right when we step out of the house, And so we got to, to make sure we look at our doggies and everything's good. So at Sloman's Home Security, you can set it up. And right now, folks, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners, 1-800-ALARM-ME, you will get a free doorbell camera. It connects directly to your smartphone with your Sloman Shield. And that's not all, folks. We're going to give you a free customized home security system, professional installation with our low-cost central station monitoring, and you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. All you've got to do is, hey, I've got a link below. Hit that link below right there. Or 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tell them that Big O sent you wherever you're at. 1-800-ALARM-ME and visit them at Sloman's. All right, let's talk a little Dolphins. Joe Shad is next.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
And the myth, the legend that is Joe Shad. Mr. Shad, how are you doing, sir?
Doing well. How are you?
Can't complain, my brother. First of all, let's go over the video yesterday. Video released, McDaniel and Tua talking. We didn't get to hear too much of Tua. We saw him smiling. Your thoughts on that exchange and what impressions did you get from that exchange?
Yeah, I wrote a column about it that you can find on the Palm Beach Post website. And I talk about how it's no mistake that the Dolphins released a private conversation between McDaniel and Tua because Tua was smiling. And the Dolphins want you to know that the hiring of Mike McDaniel makes Tua smile.
It's also a harmless conversation that there was nothing private to really expose.
No, I'm not suggesting they shouldn't have done it. I'm just explaining why they did it. It was very strategic. And listen, the Dolphins have hired an offensive-minded coach who has been a part of an organization that was able to win and go to the Super Bowl with a limited Jimmy Garoppolo. And so this provides a lot of hope to Dolphin fans. I wrote another story breaking down a very long story, thousands of words, lots of words, breaking down the Shanahan offense that Mike McDaniel will certainly use as the base of his Dolphins offense. And it explains how, for example, they're going to use zone blocking, which is better for these offensive linemen than man blocking, because when left to defend men, they often were overwhelmed last year, as you know, Big O.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
But I also detail in the column, Big O, some of the things that we've heard about how Brian Flores and Tua had a disconnect, and how Brian Flores didn't believe that Tua Tagovailoa was good enough, and how Brian Flores didn't believe, according to my sources, and I'm not the first and only to report this, that Tua was dedicated enough to his craft. We'll see if Tua takes that as a challenge. I mean, surely he heard it from Flores directly for some time. So I think that what McDaniel is going to do here, Big O, part of the initiative in this hire, and we will eventually hear from Mike McDaniel, that he has an initiative and a plan to instill confidence, to try to build this guy up. And the same way Gase was once supposed to build Tannehill up, and he did actually help Tannehill improve. I think there's no doubt that Mike McDaniel's arrival will help Tua Tagovailoa improve, and that he will perform better in 2022 than he did last season.
All right. The only thing I want to follow up on the whole PR move thing. Have you noticed that around the league, that's what they do? They do a lot of that filming of the new coach and getting out of the car and talking on the phone and going to the office. And have you noticed that on other coaches that are being hired? Okay. So maybe that's something that they're doing now, and they've been doing it. Only problem is you had an ogre, an 82-year-old man playing the role of a head coach the last 3 years, that he would never take part in anything like that. So he would never allow you to film. He had no personal side of him. And Adam Gase was Mr. social distancing before social distancing ever existed. Maybe Mike McDaniel has a personality and he's cool about stuff like this, and he's willing to. It's like Tom Brady in New England and Tom Brady in Tampa. It's not a PR move. It's that now Tom Brady gets to be Tom Brady now in Tampa, where in New England he had to be Mr. Robot. And maybe
so Tom Brady said that in New England he couldn't share his thoughts. He couldn't share what he really believed. He said that. Okay. He said that once.
So maybe it wasn't a PR move with Mike McDaniel.
No. Well, first of all, there's nothing wrong with a PR move. That is not taboo.
You guys are minimizing this. You guys are making it sound now like this was done. Like, hey, let's.
Of course it was. Wait,
this is an extension of the smear campaign. So you think this is an extension of the smear campaign? Is that what you're saying? Right?
No, it has nothing to do with the smear campaign. Don't put words in my mouth. Listen, what I'm saying is the Dolphins put out a video of Mike McDaniel talking to Tua Tagovailoa on FaceTime on a plane in a very strategic manner. And that's fine. The Dolphins don't need to apologize for it. Mike McDaniel doesn't need to apologize for it. There's no apologies. It's part of a strategy. And if the Dolphins organization and the Dolphins PR staff didn't have a strategy, that would be a problem. So there's no
is it
problem.
a strategy
no
or is it a
apology.
strategy? Wait a minute, but is it a strategy or is it, hey, let's give a little insight to fans on how things happen between a real coach that wants to coach his quarterback and how they're actually connecting. You can't do it before because the coach hated the wide receiver. So you're not going to film that. Plus the ogre is not going to let you film it. I'm just saying it couldn't have been just that they're actually doing something to show fans the insight of an actual good relationship. Does it have to be that there's a narrative behind it? That
No, I don't like the word narrative. Narrative
well,
has a
the way you
negative
guys are spinning it.
Narrative has it. Let me talk. Narrative has a negative connotation, and that is not fair. Of course, everything has a narrative. Every single thing we write or say or do is based on a narrative. Narrative should not have a negative connotation.
But why is it strategic? Why couldn't it be?
What's wrong with strategic?
But
They
why
should
couldn't
use
it be
strategy. They're a
multi-million
multi-million-dollar corporation. Of course, they should use strategy.
Yeah, but the word strategy is also kind of, you're insinuating something else.
I didn't insinuate anything. I said they made a strategic
that's what that word insinuates.
You can read in my column. They made a strategic decision to show how Mike McDaniel is going to attempt to connect with his quarterback. That is a good thing. There's nothing wrong with it. No apologies, no excuses, no problem. No problem. It's all good. Tua Tagovailoa is happy that he has an offensive-minded coach who is going to try to build a plan. And according to the people that I've spoken to, a lot of them who know Mike McDaniel, he treats adult professionals like the adult professionals they are, and that he expects them to be. It's about mutual respect, trust, relationship building, all positive, no negative, no drama, no controversy. Is what I'm saying is there's not a problem here, Big O. Don't try to create a problem where there's not one. The Dolphins have so many problems.
The way you're phrasing
so many
strategy, it's like, maybe it's
let's hope they have better strategy. Let's hire to have better strategy on the offensive line.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's strategy. But I wouldn't look at it as strategy. I would just look at it as, hey, let's show fans a little more insight on relationships between a player and a coach. That's it.
But that's not a sincere moment. I mean, the guy. I mean, I don't know.
You see, you didn't call it a sincere. You're calling it that it's not sincere. You're calling it that it's staged. You're saying all of this is staged. You just busted yourself now. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, a video that is recorded is going to be a little different than
any shot that he's talking to his quarterback, and that was his wife filming, because his wife is also excited about the first time her husband's a head coach, and he's talking with his quarterback, and they want to keep it. And then the PR department sees the video and they say, "Hey, let's edit it up and clean it up. We can then post it." So it's not possible that it could have been natural.
I mean, I don't know. I doubt it, but I need to make sure that my chicken doesn't burn, so I'm going to stop the oven. But I can still talk to you. I brought you with me.
He cooks and does interviews.
I asked my wife to get the chicken, but she's on an important phone call, so I had to do it myself. Listen,
I mean, you got to do something around the house, you bum. I mean, come on, you got to do something around the house, you bum. She can't do all the work. Come on, Jesus, turn off the oven.
We should do. My wife and I should do a FaceTime video and then release it on the internet.
No, you don't want to do that because then you're going to get exposed for the lazy husband you are. So that's not a really good thing. I don't want to do that video because then I would look really bad.
I want to be clear about something. The hiring of Mike McDaniel is good for Tua Tagovailoa. I think that Mike McDaniel is going to give a very serious and sincere effort to build a relationship with Tua Tagovailoa. I have no problem with the releasing of that video. I have no problem with anything. I cannot wait to meet this guy, Mike McDaniel, because he appears to be a genuine, sincere guy who comes
you got a
from
human being.
and a breath of fresh air and a person who's actually interested in getting to know other people. Okay. No negativity here at all. No problem with any of it.
Tomorrow at 10 a.m., what's the question you want to ask most?
Well, I made a list here. Obviously, we want to know about staff, how many folks are staying. Is he going to call the plays? I think he is.
Oh, yeah.
What's your leadership plan? What do you think of Tua? How do you connect with people? I mean, these are things that I'm really interested in, things that sort of contrast him with his predecessor.
Oh, you actually get real answers too. That's the beauty.
How do you go about teaching? I mean, listen, this is good for us media folks. I mean, of course, I hope it works out, from a football perspective. But listen, to be able to go into a press conference and to feel like maybe I'll be able to have a little bit more of a comfortable dynamic, okay, in the room. I'm looking forward to that. I hope it works out. I think it will.
Listen, will it work or not? I don't know, but at least it seems like you're putting the right ingredients in the pot to kind of make a good meal. And the news comes out from Josh Kendall in The Athletic. Let's give him the credit that apparently they're interviewing Falcons QB coach Charles London. So he's already attacking that part of the ball that he needs to attack, whether it's quarterback, offensive line, running game, all of that stuff. And London's been around the running game a lot wherever he's been.
Staff building is key. Staff building is key. Staff building is so key.
We've learned that, right? We've learned that with Tobin and
never got
with
it right.
Flo. Yeah. So I think that part is obviously the whole key to everything going on with this team is building that. And so they've got the right idea. Now, whether it works out or not, we don't know because none of us know what Mike McDaniel is going to be. But I'll tell you this, Joe, as uninspiring as this hire is for a lot of people, this is probably the most uninspired hire overall from the reactions I'm getting from fans. I'm telling you, this is probably the one that's going to work out because we've been inspired and pumped up about so many of them that they've all failed.
A lot of Dolphin fans never heard of this guy. Like, if you would ask them, like, in week 12, hey, what do you think of Mike McDaniel? No one has ever heard of him. But if you talk to football people, which I did at the Senior Bowl, the Dolphins made one of the best hires of the coaching cycle. That this is a real upside hire, like a Josh Allen pick. Like, hey, we think this guy, maybe it's going to take him a little bit of time to figure stuff out as a first-time head coach, but he's got that Josh Allen ceiling. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. No, I'm with you there. And there's no doubt that for Tua, at least, he has somebody that it's in his corner finally. And I can't imagine. Joe, have you ever worked at a place that you weren't wanted? Has that ever happened to you? Like that you ended up with a boss that you knew didn't like you? It wasn't so much the whole place or whatever. Like the idiot that's at QAM now. Like I knew the second I met him, it was over. I knew I was going to not get picked up. Like I knew it. Like
people leave jobs not because of money, but because they don't feel respected and appreciated. Right. Most people leave relationships for that reason. They don't feel respected and appreciated. So, the human relationship development, the connection, the emotional intelligence factor, key, no doubt. And, I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be fun. And, I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, let's see. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. will be the press conference. Joe and the boys and the ladies will be there to interview the new head coach of the Miami Dolphins, Mike McDaniel. Should be a lot of fun. What are you working on in the Palm Beach Post, where folks need to subscribe to support you and check it out, my friend?
Well, I really worked hard on this Mike Shanahan offense, 10 things you need to know. There's a lot of stuff in there that I didn't know, and it's a really long story. Please look it up on the Palm Beach Post website. That's the big thing I want you guys to check out.
What's it like 5,000 words you put in that thing? How many words are in that thing?
Sometimes I try to write long stories like our Hal Habib. He writes long stories.
Yeah. No,
He
how
knows
long was
more
that?
words than me.
How
He
many
knows more
words is in that story for real? Like 2,000-3,000?
No, maybe 1,200.
Really? Okay. It was like $2,000 at least.
Most people don't have the attention spans for,
I know. No, you're right.
I get that because I have a short attention span too. But this story, I think you're actually going to learn a lot. Check it out. The Shanahan offense and how Mike McDaniel is going to bring that to Miami.
Give us one nugget from it so you can throw the chum in the water.
Well, look, I mean, he's going to establish the run. He's going to go to a zone offense. He's going to use fullbacks and tight ends in the backfield, so more two men in the backfield sets. And he's going to – the play that I think Tua is going to be good at is listen to this. They run the outside zone, okay, which is where all the offensive linemen move in unison, say, towards the right, okay? And then that running back glides, think Arian Foster, Terrell Davis, right? He glides out to the right, and then at the perfect moment, boom, he accelerates right upfield. That's the staple play. But here's what I like about Tua. They're going to run that out to the right with whoever. Philip Lindsay, one of the 49ers guys, maybe he'll come over. Matt Breida, Raheem Mostert, one of those guys maybe comes back to Miami. So they run that glide play out to the right, boom, outside zone. They run it again, boom, out to the right. Now all of a sudden the defense, and I'm no football guru, but this just makes sense, right? The defense starts to hedge towards that way, and then they do a fake, and then Tua does a bootleg out to the left. And here comes Jalen Waddle on one of those Stephon Diggs, Debo Samuel crossers. They throw it to him, and here's the key. Tua was 29th in yards after the catch for his receivers, right? That's terrible. And they had Waddle. It doesn't make any sense. Jimmy G was like number one or in the top 5 in yards after catch for his receivers. So this offense is going to set up more yards after catch.
Play design. Yes, that's great because that's one of the things I've talked about. Play design was terrible for the Miami Dolphins.
They tried. It was just a lot of guys.
It's terrible. And Arthur Smith, who got the job in Atlanta, that's what he excelled at in Tennessee. His play design was just, obviously it helps to have Derrick Henry, no doubt, but his play designs were just absolutely amazing. And that's why he set everybody up for success. And
yeah, Matt LaFleur, Sean McVay, Zach Taylor, they're all from the same system. And what do they have in common? It's working. Everybody is going pass. The thing about this offense is it's rushing focused. Everything works off of the rush first. And that is a positive thing because we know the Dolphins need to improve their rushing attack.
Yep, let's hope they do it. Follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe. And, of course, subscribe to the Palm Beach Post and support Joe and all the great writers there at the Palm Beach Post. Joe, we will catch you next week, my friend. Appreciate you as always. Great insight. Thank you. You got it. There you go. The great Joe Shad joining us right here with our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
Hi, we are back. We will take you till about 1 o'clock here on the program. Appreciate all of you tuning in. Kevin G says, would be nice to see Armstead or Scherf get picked up to help this offensive run scheme. I'm sure they're going to pick up 1 or 2 linemen. They've got to pick up 1 or 2 linemen. Reva Silence says Samuel Ross. You can literally find. I don't know. Yeah, you guys, when you're going back and forth and talking to each other, it's hard to pick. You want to pick something to ask a question, but then you guys are going back and forth with each other. Big O, your take on Steven or F and Ross? This team of forcing trades to cutting players to offending Our players force fits for Tua, force Sperano to suck it up. Big O Ross will cause never to win. Well, Ken Sean, what are you going to do? That's your owner. Can't do anything about it, bro. So you just got to hope that he's able to hire the right people and get the hell out of the way and hope he gets the right combination. You can't change the owner. The owner can only be changed if there's a reason that the league has to boot him out. And so I guess in your case, Ken Sean, you should be rooting that Flo has real proof, because then that will kick Stephen Ross out. Now, Dolphins will also lose draft picks, and they're going to get fined, so it's also going to hurt the team in other ways. But if that's what you want to root for, then go ahead and root for it, man. But either way, we're stuck with the owner, and we're already stuck with the next owner. So what are we going to do? Can't complain about something that is already in place, and we have zero control over it. Big O, who would have thought with a run game versus with a run game we can throw the ball with Tua? Yeah. How about that? What a concept. Right? Let's see. I can see Austin Jackson making a huge jump in a zone run system where he can be athletic and not put on an island to block. We shall see. We shall see. The Austin Jackson one, even I lost a lot of confidence in Austin Jackson. Okay. Let's see. All right. Remember, if you want to get in on the Welton Rayon text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the Welton Rayon text lines, there, as always, that's an easy way for me to kind of read a question, because I know it's going to be a question for the show and not a discussion. Since we've got 600 people right now on the board, a lot of them are, going back and forth with each other and arguing with each other. You know what I'm saying? Big O, have a discussion with Cliff. I don't know what's Cliff. I don't know what's Cliff. Would the hiring of Vic Fangio as defensive coordinator affect the team's view of X's value to the team? Maybe keep a veteran leader in the fold. I think that has nothing to do with it. I think he's gone either way. Okay. So that, to me, that none of that really matters. Whether Fangio gets here or not, I think they're going to trade X regardless. And I know that some of you don't want to hear this because, he's such a great player. And yes, he is. There's no doubt about it. But there's baggage there, and you also have to protect yourself, because eventually that knee is going to give out. And when that knee gives out, then everybody else will be ripping them for keeping him and not unloading him to keep him on there. And now he ties you down to the salary cap because of the knee injury, and then he becomes untradeable. Penning lineman in the draft, then a running back in the second round. I like the kid from Michigan State, then a middle linebacker, Muma from Wyoming. The only thing I don't know if I want another drafted lineman at this point. That's where I would disagree with you. I'd rather sign 2 free agents at that offensive line spot. I'd rather add immediate experience to the line, like the Jensen guy from Tampa Bay, and then go get me another tackle or a guard or something like that. Probably a tackle. The video, the Dolphins giving us a little appetizer while we wait 4 days for the presser. Only an anti-Tua person would think there's some narrative. It's just a video showcasing McDaniel's personality, humor, and how he interacts with his players, and it did everything it needed to do. Plus, it's just a video. I agree. I don't like it spun that, well, it was strategic. No. I don't believe it was solely strategic. I think it was done by his wife filming her husband talking with the quarterback because she's excited, right? And then they document it, and then the PR department gets a hold of the video when he lands. Oh, yeah, no, he spoke with Tua on there, and we filmed it. Oh, yeah. And they're personable people. And, oh, yeah, check it out. You can't do that with a machine like Brian Flores. He's a robot. That guy has no personality. So you were never going to have that kind of moment. That's what I don't like about this. I don't like it spun that it was strategic. I don't like it spun that way. Now, that's his opinion, and he wants to, phrase it that way, and Omar wants to phrase it as a PR move and all that stuff. Watch all the other stuff going on around the league. They do a lot of the same stuff. The problem is we have a coach now that is willing to do some of that stuff. I think it was the Dolphins giving you, the fan, a little insight on the team, like they do all the time on social media when they can. But when you're run by an ogre like Flo, who's not going to give you any access, dude, the guy doesn't tell you anything on a damn podium. He can't answer simple questions for the guys and ladies that ask the questions. It's ridiculous. On the Welton Rayom text line, Big O, the only thing about this offensive scheme McDaniel will bring just might spell the end of Gesicki in a Dolphins uniform because of his lack of blocking skills. No, but you use him in his passing skills, his pass catching skills. So if you're a smart coach, you don't have to have, you can have one less wide receiver on the field and have two tight ends on the field. You see what I'm saying? And one of them could be a blocking one, and the other one could be the pass catcher who's big and athletic and can create mismatches for you. And big targets are easy targets for the quarterback. What's not easy to find, my friend, is a tight end that can block and be a prolific pass catcher. That's the hard part to find. The Welton Rayom text line is smoking. Agree 100% with getting immediate help on the line. However, we still need a back to fill the O-line with zone players. And they will. I'm sure they will with time. 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line if you want to get in there, as always. Whenever you're listening, because I'll answer day and night. So whenever you're listening to the podcast and you want to send in, you go ahead and send in. Let's see. Jeff Fernandez says, I don't care if it was his wife or the organization. It was a breath of fresh air. Exactly. That's the way I look at it, Jeff. Problem is, it's like there always has to be an ulterior motive. And maybe just the motive was that the Dolphins have a coach now that allows you to give you a little more insight on what goes on. You notice it was edited. So maybe if there was anything a little personal right there, they edited it out. I'm not going to be that cynical about this whole situation. JP on Sports says, you know what? Spin it as PR. We had a stiff, rigid jerk as a previous head coach. Let's show them that our next coach is a decent guy who won't point fingers in 10 directions for his shortcomings. Amen to that. From my seat says, I'm open to getting another running back to McDaniel liking, but I would love to see what Duke Johnson could do with a full season as the number 2. I'm with you. I would love to be proven wrong. Keep his ass, dude. He ran harder. He ran hard as hell. Let me put it that way, not harder, because he's always played hard. That would be an insult to Duke. He's always played hard, but he ran hard, and he ran with a purpose, like he wanted to prove to people that he could be a running back, like idiots like me that don't believe that he's just a pass catcher. So I would love to see him come back and, prove it and have a great season. And I could sit there going, I didn't see that coming. That would be fantastic. It'd be awesome. Orlando Rivero says that the video was indication of Mike McDaniel's communication skills. If this is an indication of that, Mike McDaniel will be a good fit for the Dolphins. I like that. Darth Logan says, I believe we need to draft or sign a center with the zone blocking scheme with McDaniel. Dieter just doesn't seem like a fit there. I think he's better at guard. Maybe he is. You might be right, my brother. But I would love Ryan Jensen. Listen, I like Dieter. I think he's done a decent job at center. And maybe you play him more at guard. And since he has center experience, he can be like your swing. Maybe he starts at guard. He's your backup center. But I've said it already for 2 weeks now. Ryan Jensen, man. That would be my top target in free agency. If you want to build around Tua, right? You want to make sure, get that center, bro. Get a nasty-ass center that can make sure that kid will have a clean pocket. That's it. So that would be my guy, personally. Barney says, so if Ross did pay, what does that say for Flo and his 11 lost games? Do the math. That's a cool $1 million. No, but he didn't take the money, Barney. So that's a moot point at this. If he took the money, it would have come out that, hey, he paid me. But then he's also part of the crime. Can't take the money. What you had to do was report him right there and then. Dougie Fresh says, oh, have you seen or read the new Rolling Stone article about J-Lo? All new respect for that woman, her efforts, and her body. I have not read it, but what does she say, that she works out like an animal? I mean, you cannot have her body without eating well overall and working out. It's like I was watching Jack Reacher with my wife, right? And if you watch the dude that's playing Jack Reacher, that son of a bitch, that guy doesn't have a half a percent of fat in his body. Not a percent. He doesn't have 0.5% of body fat. I was like, he takes off his shirt a couple times in the show, obviously for the women, or hey, some of you guys out there, I guess. And I look at my wife and I go, that guy doesn't eat any ice cream. That guy never has a chocolate bar. That guy never drinks a Coke. I mean, he's a big guy. So he's not like a skinny, cut up dude. No. He's a big ass dude that is just absolutely chiseled. Just one of those deals, man. Crazy. You look at him and you go, damn, I wish I had that discipline. I just don't have that discipline. Joe Shad made a great point. The naked bootleg to the left with the left-handed QB should be deadly. Yeah, it should be. Look, it's deadly? Great play calling. That's what's deadly. Whether it's Bill Walsh, whether it's Sid Gilman, whether it's Mike or Kyle Shanahan, whether it's Sean McVay, whether it's Andy Reid, whether it's Arthur Smith, play calling, baby. Play design. Timing of it. That there's an art to it. And it's a chess game that you've got to know how to play. And I think that the guy we got here is dying to play that game because he's been playing it with Shanahan. And for those of you that don't know, you can go check out Jennifer Lee Chan's interview yesterday on our show. She covers the Niners for NBC out there in the West Coast. And she explained to us that McDaniel makes the calls. He sends the calls down to Kyle Shanahan, and then Kyle relays it to the quarterback. Trust me, he's not changing much of the calls. So 98% of the calls that Mike McDaniel's making up from the booth, those are the plays being run. Now, Kyle will maybe alter a play or two or three in an entire game, but he's just there to relay the call, and then, because he knows the quarterback position, he'll give the quarterback some advice. Remember what we talked about with when Flores had his setup That's what I thought was happening. What I thought was happening was, okay, Godsey makes the call down to Fry. Fry then relays it to Tua. It says, all right, this is the play call, ... All right, hey, I noticed the last time that we called that play, the safety was cheating a little bit more to the left. So it looks like Waddle will be open right away when he makes his break there in the middle of the field. So I thought that Charlie Fry, the ex-quarterback, was then talking to the current quarterback and just relaying the call, but then adding QB IQ to it, intelligence, whatever, insight, right? Little did I know Charlie Fry was able to change the play, which then, only Flo would have, the Three Stooges arguing plays in between downs. That's just stupid. You know what I'm saying? But Kyle Shanahan is getting the play directly from Mike, and then that's what he's calling. But he's adding he's doing what I thought Charlie Fry would do. And I was dead wrong. Like, way wrong. Okay? Like, way, way, way wrong. Okay? All right. What else do we have going on? By the way, market has bounced back. Strong. Bitcoin's up over 2%. It's up over 44,000. So it has kind of held up there now. So it seems like it's holding like a higher plateau. If you look at it, it shot up and then it's held, gone up a little bit, held, and now we'll see if it's continuing, because this is very good. What it's actually doing is it's finding its floor right now. And while it finds its floor, it then builds. And it shoots up. And it looks like this is the parabolic move that we've been waiting for a while. And we could be headed. Now, this is what I want to happen here in our OK Coin crypto corner. This is what I'm praying for. Instead of our rockets to the top and go past 65 and let's get to 70, then we have a correction to come back down to the mid-50s and all that. No, I like this. I like for it to shoot up, and I'd love for it to stay right here in the mid-40s for a week and then start to climb up to 47, 48, find another floor, hang in there for a couple days, a week or two, then go up to 52, 54, then again, find another floor and find it for a couple days, a week or two, and then continue. I'm in no hurry. I'm here for the long run. I'm here for years because I know where this is going to be a year, 2, 3 years from now. Okay? When mass adoption takes over. But if we have a major parabolic run for right here in the mid-40s, all the way up to 70, do not get caught up in that. Not a financial advisor, just a guy that loves crypto. But every parabolic run, there will be a move back down again. Okay? So it's going to come back every single time. That's why I'd rather have a slow build than our usual bam, we explode. That kind of stuff. That's that usually those parabolic moves, you always have a bunch of pullback after that because it's hard to sustain it. It's just not realistic. But I love where it's finding a floor and then climbing. I hope it continues to do that slowly but sure, because that'll give you a better chance to hold it up and stay up there. The good thing is it didn't dip to where people thought it was going to dip to, or it did in the summer. It found higher floors now, which is what it should be doing. You're still going to have volatility, but what you're hoping is that as you get higher, you will never see certain numbers again, like the 30s and the 40s. Maybe the next time you cross into the 70s, into the 80s, you may not come back more farther than the 50s or the 60s. And then all of a sudden, you start to regret, wow, I didn't take advantage in the 30s, and that's where we talked about take advantage. Those of you that took advantage this time around when it went into the 30s, you're loving life, as they say. So that is your OK Coin Crypto Corner. South Florida Don says, Big O, do you think we currently have a running back room that can work in this new offense, or we need to bring in a free agent or draft a running back? Well, South Florida Don, I've been saying, and I've been telling you, they will get a running back. They will either draft one finally, early, like first 3 rounds, or they find one in free agency that's pretty good, and you don't have to break the bank anymore for running backs nowadays. So if that's the case, they either will sign a guy or draft a guy. One of the two. Signing is not bad because it just, they have a lot of space, but it's not the kind of salary that's going to cripple you. So it's not so bad. The lineman that they need, that, my friends, is going to cripple them. Okay? Timothy Zappa says, Big O, the main players in unlocking Tua are the blockers responsible for giving him time to do so, no matter what genius play is called. Very true, but play calling is incredibly important. Don't even think about anything different, Timothy. Yes, the blocking is incredibly important. The running game is incredibly important. And the play calling is obviously has to be ideal. You just gotta have the right mixes. Okay. Samuel Rosa. Oh no, he's talking to somebody else. Green Lion. Should we be worried about the impact the Major League Baseball lockout will have on the young Marlins team? Will Ferraro be on the show soon? We can get Joe Ferraro on. I don't mind talking to Joe. I love Joe. So, yeah, I mean, listen, we'll talk baseball. Once baseball starts, we will talk baseball. We will give Marlins love. We had a meeting with the Marlins a couple of weeks ago. Okay? So it's not like I'm not meeting with the other teams, too, to try to build stuff with them and build bridges here with all of this. I mean, we're really becoming the only real sports platform in town. Let's be honest now. Okay? The local radio stations do absolutely nothing. Let's just call it like we see it, okay? It's just pure garbage. Francisco Pena, thank you, sir, for a little love on the super chat. Very nice of you. Very, very kind. Thank you, sir. What else do we have going on here? Let me check here if we got anything going on in Cash App or Venmo. I see nothing. Make sure, because I always, when I do, that somebody does donate and then we don't see it. Sean, did I break here for the top of the hour? All right, so let's do that. Let's break for our final hour of the show right here on the Big O Radio Show. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified white mean contractor. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDConstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience the Perdermo way. Go to PerdermoCigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty. Yeah, baby. Market's kicking ass. It's a beautiful Wednesday. Don't forget, we got a big game broadcast on Sunday. Yeah, big games going on Sunday, right? Little Cincy, little Los Angeles, right? Come on out. Join us at Champions Sports Bar in the Airport Marriott. I'm sorry, I said Hilton. Airport Marriott right off of Lejeune and the 836. It's an institution. I used to go to Champions all the time back in the 80s. They have a brand new Champions bar, sports bar that's in the second building, the new building. It is awesome. Awesome. So we're going to be broadcasting for the big game there, Sean and myself, starting off at 4 o'clock. So we'll take you up to kickoff around 6:15 and then get ready for the game. So if you don't have any plans, you don't know where to go, man, the Airport Marriott is so easy to get to. By the way, free and secured parking. So when you park and you get your ticket, bring it over to the bar. They'll stamp it, and you're gone, and you're good to go. But a beautiful. I think it's what I call a hidden gem. When you go to that sports bar, you're going to go, holy crap, this is nice. Like, this is a really cool sports bar. I'm going to tell a friend of mine. I'm going to tell a family member of mine. So if you're in that area, and if you're willing to drive a little bit, join us out there Sunday. We'll be out there. We'll be out there by 3 o'clock already preparing, Sean and myself. So come on out, man. Would love to see you all out there and hang out with us and watch a little Super Bowl action between the Rams and the Bengals. So come on out to Champion Sports Bar at the Airport Marriott, 1201 Northwest Lejeune Road. Got great food, beautiful bar, free secured parking. I'm going to love the place. Really, really cool place. All right. What else do we have? Cordell Patterson would be perfect for this offense. Yes. But we do have Lynn Bowden Jr. Yeah, different player. Cordell has the physical stature to do the things that Debo does. Lynn Bowden does not. Okay? I like Lynn Bowden. I do. I like him as a versatile player, but nobody's Deebo Samuel, man. We got to stop with that. We got to stop trying to that dude is just rare. Cordarrelle's the only guy in the league that has his skill set and yet also has the body to be a punishing runner in his own right. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, it's still high praise to ask Cordarrelle Patterson to be Deebo Samuel. There's no Deebo Samuel. And I get it. It's a talent that anybody would want on their team. But let's just call it like we see it. Okay? That's not the case here. I love Lynn Bowden Jr. I think he's got a lot of potential, but I don't think he has the kind of body and power to play anything like Deebo Samuel. Sorry. That one I'm not going with. Okay? Let's see what else. Okay, I guess there's a Burrow discussion going on. Big O, don't let Big O see this. What's up with all these damn commercials? Who said that? Yeah. Who said that? Who's the idiot that thinks everything's for free? Who's that? Who's the idiot? I want to see who's the idiot. So what you ended up doing was just, piquing my interest to see what dense individual came up with that stupid statement. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'd like to see. Who's the dumbass with that statement? Because I'm here for free. I'm here because I got nothing to do. Mom and dad. I'm in mom and dad's what's it called? Basement doing my gig. That's what it's all about. Lucky I didn't see it. That's damn right. Whoever that is lucky I didn't see it. Walton Rayom text line 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056 if you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text lines. 855-912-1056. Thanks for the info on Slattery's. On Sloman's in Long Island. We'll be there Thursday and Friday. We'll be broadcasting from Sloman's headquarters. But I can't tell you if they're going to allow you in there. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe you're in Long Island and I get it. But I don't know. I have no idea. I've never been to the Sloman's headquarters in Long Island. So, and I appreciate it if you want to visit me, but I cannot tell you to go somewhere where I don't know if you're going to have any access. You know what I'm saying? So that's where that I can't answer, my friend. Slattery's would be the best place to meet us. Now, Thursday, when we get there, we're doing the show. How about this? We're doing the show Thursday and Friday. If they tell me at Sloman's that any of you that live in that area, work in that area in Long Island where they're at, if you could come by on Friday to say hi, I will ask them on Thursday if it's all right, and then we'll get permission. You know what I mean? But I don't want to make any kind of commitment until, come on by Sloman's, and then they don't let you in, and I'm broadcasting out, and I have no idea what's going on, and then I'm the dick that sent you out there when you can't do it. So let's do it the right way, and let's make sure that you can actually go visit us at Sloman's. But let's wait till Thursday, and then I'll give you the heads up. Maybe when I go on the air on Thursday, I'll say it, and you'll have time during that Thursday and Friday to come on by and say hi. If you can't go to Slattery's in New York, in the city. Big O, the only thing about the offensive. Oh no, true that, Big O. Thanks for giving me hope for Gesicki staying here. Oh, it was the Gesicki guy on the blocking. First thing he will do is evaluate the players on the roster. He will give his assessment of Greer, and then they will make the changes. Probably. There's a good chance of that. One thing with McDaniel, regardless of what we do with the players, I have a million more times the confidence with Mike making the decisions over the other guy that seemed to be out of his league on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, I think we have to think that way with McDaniel over Flores on the offensive side. Plus, Flores screwed up so much on the offensive side of the ball. He could never get it right. I mean, how he saddled this team with that offensive line coach, that was disgusting. If there are rumors Tua didn't work hard, he's playing for a coach that didn't like him, why wouldn't he want to spend more time at a practice facility if he doesn't feel appreciated? Brian from Illinois. Listen, Tua's work ethic is not questioned. Okay? That's a bunch of crap, that story. So don't even bother with that. Okay? John Embry is joining Mike McDaniel's staff with the Dolphins as their assistant head coach and tight ends coach. Per source, Embry has the same role with the 49ers the past 5 seasons. So there you go. You got John Embry already joining Mike McDaniel's staff. That's a report from Eric Branch, 49ers beat writer. So there you go on the very active Welton Rayom text line, which is always active. And we're trying to keep up with it as much as possible because you guys are always there. Nico says, good article in the Sun Sentinel just now. New Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel reveals philosophies for offense, Tua, analytics, and more. Big O, who's winning the Super Bowl? I am going with the Rams. I think the Rams will win the Super Bowl. I got to go with the team with the more complete team. Now, here's the beauty of this game. I don't have the Rams as a lock. Do you know why? Matt Stafford is the quarterback. And while Matt has had a couple of moments that he truly has needed, he still puts that doubt in your mind that he can make the dumb throw. Meanwhile, Joe Burrow on the other side shows you, enormous set of brass ones. And if the defense can do what they did in that second half against Kansas City this week against the Rams, then all of a sudden you have to say Cincinnati has a shot. Anybody that sits there and thinks that Cincinnati doesn't have a shot at all, come on, man. The Rams are not the perfect team out there. And because of Matt Stafford, you have that possibility of screwing things up. So just because of Matt Stafford, I'm going to give the Bengals a chance here on this one. But I'm going to pick the Rams. I'm going to go with the defense. I'm going to go with that defensive line. I think they will harass the hell out of Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow's offensive line is not very good. He's got a good tackle, but everything else, he's got one of their guards is half decent, but it's just not a good line as it is. So that to me will be a real issue against the Rams. That's a nasty defense, man. They're going to want to get after it. Now, the question is, can the Bengals all of a sudden be that defense also? That's the question. Big O, the Bengals lose by a field goal, 27-24. We'll see, Timothy. Management says, I think the Bengals are going to take it by a close score. I definitely am not going to sit here and tell you, oh, no, the Bengals will never win. Not going to do that. Bengals can definitely win this one. Robert Wilcox says, staking Miami coin now sure looks like a lucrative endeavor. Check the numbers. Robert, I have bought a bunch of Miami coin and staked it because the earlier stuff I bought is now under. So I'm not going to get the same bang for my buck. But the coin now is under a penny. So I've bought it at, 60 cents. Actually, that's what it was, right? No, 60th of a penny. I'm sorry. So, what is it? 600th of a penny? Is that what it is? So there you go. I've bought it at there where it's just over half a penny. And I've loaded up on it at 0.6, 0.7. Bought a bunch of it, dude. Yeah. And I staked it at 145%. I did that too. Because then what I'll do is the stuff that I have earlier that was staked at like 1.7 cents, I will probably then, whenever I'm hoping they start to come off in April, I think, my first batch. Hopefully it'll go up by then. But when it does go up by then and it comes off, then I'm just going to turn it into Bitcoin. Because I've already gained the interest off of it and turned it into Bitcoin. And so now when it comes off of staking, I'll turn it into Bitcoin. And then what I'll do is I'll keep all the stuff that I bought early now under a penny. And then I'll keep that for a while and keep staking it at higher percentages. As long as OKCoin continues to give us that high percentage. I just got like $68 on Saturday or something. I remember because I was happy that it came in, because then I bought Bitcoin and it went up again. So I was like, okay, I'm gaining on the interest that I just got. Even better. So yeah. OKCoin right now, getting Miami Coin is at a really, really cheap rate. What else do we have here? Robert Wilcox, thank you, sir. Greater Good says, oh no, I think he's talking to somebody else. What else do we have here? Rich Fee says, nope. I have a ton of Miami Coin staked on OKCoin. Nico says it's a no-brainer. Yep. Yeah, man, that free interest, man. Just, I've been picking up Bitcoin with that interest. I get that stacks, and then I sell the stacks, and then I convert that money into Bitcoin, and it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. And getting a lot of this Bitcoin here during this dip has been absolutely magical. Cannot complain on that one, man. All right, the Welton Rayon text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. You can get in on the YouTube chat board. Email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button. It is very important, always important, to smash that like button whenever you're listening to the podcast, whenever you're watching the show on YouTube. Please smash the like button. Is Miami Coin an altcoin? Barney, everything that isn't Bitcoin is an altcoin. Okay? Everything. It's Bitcoin and altcoins. That's really what it is. So yes, Miami Coin falls under altcoin, like everything else, like Cardano and Ethereum and Polygon and Solana and Avalanche, and everything is an altcoin. Then you've got meme coins, which is Doge, things like that. SHIB continues to grow. SHIB is up. Where's Doge at, by the way? For you Doge people out there that, oh man, you don't listen to me, but what? That's all right. That's all right. Where is Doge at now? Doge is down to 16 cents. I hope those of you that when it went up, you took advantage and got out. I mean, put it this way. People like Preston Williams are always talking crap about Doge because they don't know anything. SHIB has killed Doge already, and it's going to continue. And if you have your Doge and you haven't sold it and converted, that's what I would do. I'm not a financial advisor by any stretch whatsoever, but if I was one of those people that kept screwing around with Doge and holding my Doge, I would have already sold all my Doge and converted it all to SHIB, because you're going to make more money in the long run with SHIB. SHIB has technology. Doge has no technology. SHIB is building a layer 2. That's why it's been going up now. Plus, the market is bouncing back. SHIB has NFTs, which Doge doesn't. SHIB has a swap, which Doge doesn't. SHIB is much more modern technology, which Doge is old technology, and they haven't been able to do anything with Doge. Yet people keep waiting for it, and there's already other coins that are going to become currency, and it's not going to be Doge. So stop making the mistake. Look, I get it. Meme coins are fantastic if you get lucky and you get them early, and then people buy them and they balloon and you get out and you sold it, but you're not selling it or you're not buying it because I know the Cardano ecosystem is growing at an incredible rate. And while it's been stagnant, it's allowed me to buy more because I don't get flustered. I know where Cardano is going to be 2, 3, 4 years from now when it's going to be at several dollars, and I'm going to be laughing my ass off because I had the patience to wait it out, and I was smart enough to continue to buy all the dips. Understand? But I know there's technology behind Cardano. I know there's technology behind Polygon. I know there's technology behind Avalanche and Ethereum and so many other coins. There is no technology behind Doge. Normally, the people that buy Doge, 99% of them know nothing about cryptocurrency. They just heard it on social media or a friend, and they just bought it to buy it, not because they know anything about it. Only 1% of the people that actually own Doge they knew exactly what it was, and they got out when they had to get out because they knew it wasn't a good investment. But if you look at SHIB, it's night and day. There's technology behind it. There's ways it can actually grow, and there's things it could actually do to be productive, like NFTs, like a layer 2 to scale faster, like a swap, like Sushi Swap and Uniswap and all that, where you can swap any kind of coins on the SHIB swap. All of these things are real world issues that you've got to solve. SHIB solves nothing. There you go. Let's see. What else do we have here? Great show, Orlando. You guys are the best. Thank you, George. I appreciate you. Greater Good says, don't envision McDaniel being a petty micromanager. Nope. DM says, Doge is in a good position to actually be viable use for buying goods like currency, not a store value like Bitcoin that people are afraid to spend. For that, you get Litecoin. For that, you use Crow. There's so many other coins that can be used as currency. SHIB can be used better as currency than Doge. It scales faster and everything, and it has more usage. And it has its own swaps. You can actually swap it and exchange it right away on its own website. It's a convenience. There's a lot of coins out there that can be used as currency. Doge does not provide enough resources to be used as currency. That's the problem. So I'm telling you, if it's not for Elon, I don't even know how that thing survives. He's kind of kept it alive himself. The rest of us that are in this, thing that we call crypto, we kind of know that it's a complete farce. It's just a hot air balloon. Timothy Zappa says, Big O show, most honest Dolphins opinions in the business. Thank you, sir. Rich V says, South Florida sports, crypto life, all in one spot, the Big O show. Thank you. Jonathan Jensen says, SHIB to the moon. Let's see. Barney says, I crashed in on Doge back when it jumped to 73 cents. I was working, buying and selling, made like 900 that night. That's it. Get the hell out. That's what I told people when it got up. Sell it, man. Get the hell out. Lots of Dolphin fans on Long Island. Would be awesome to pass by. Hope some fans will be allowed to stop and show support. I will ask, John. I got to ask first. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask first. Let me clear it. So, those of you obviously may not be able to make it out to Slattery's on Friday night. So next Friday night, not this Friday, next Friday night, we're going to be at Slattery's in New York City at 8:00 to hang out with all of you and have some fun. Maybe we'll film it. Maybe we'll put it on YouTube Live. Okay? Might have some fun with it. Marino says the John Embry hire is huge. Again, McDaniel doing things Flores could never have done in 10 years. Yep. Big O, I can't understand why some of the media members are trying to spin the McDaniel video PR move, and not just that he's trying to instill confidence in his team and players, or that it's just a real moment between a coach and a player, which is what I really think it is. I don't think it has anything to do with the agenda of anything. This is stuff that they're doing all around the league. It's just we had a guy that wasn't going to do any of that. And McDaniel just seems like more of a human being than Flo. Flo just looks like a robot. You know? So, let's see. Louis M., I don't understand how people can't see through the facade. They buy crypto because they want it to go up and then cash in. It's literally a pyramid scheme. LOL. My name is Louis M., and I don't know shit about crypto, but I'm going to actually spew my stupid ass opinion. Jesus. You know, just say I don't know anything about crypto, bro. That's all. Like, you have no idea what it does. Do you know Cardano is going to, do you understand that the entire continent of Africa is unbanked? They have no banks. They have no way. They have no currency. So Cardano is going to be their currency and their banking system. And because they also lack the resources to educate their kids, Cardano is also part of their computer system on the blockchain. Their computers will be connected to the blockchain, and they will have all their resources so kids can learn on the blockchain. Did you know that? No. Do you know VeChain is part of cleaning the ocean? As they just cleaned 305 metric tons of plastic from the ocean. Did you know that? No. Did you know VeChain creates a program for women so they can track their baby from the second they get pregnant to the moment they're born? They can see everything going on with the child and how it's developing so they can keep up with everything. Did you know that? No. Did you know that VeChain has the best inventory tracking program in the world that Louis Vuitton and Range Rover and Tyson Foods and Walmart and Amazon are using? Did you know that? No, of course not. Because Louis M., you run your mouth. You're a dumbass that knows nothing, but you will say something and know nothing about it. That's this world. Louis M., a guy that does no homework in crypto, doesn't have any idea what the real world usage is of all these different companies. He thinks it's a little game that you're playing, that you're buying coins and you're trading Pokemon coins and you're trying to gain value and then leave right when it goes up. Yes, Louis M., that's what it is. It's a game. Go buy it at Walmart. My God.
Chia.
Yeah. I love these people. It's like, man, just say, I know nothing about crypto. That's all. Just say it. You know, it's intimidating because that's what it is. Louis M. is just intimidated. That's all. He's lazy and intimidated. He knows nothing about crypto, too lazy to find out about it. And because he knows nothing about it, he's so intimidated, he has to shit on it because he knows nothing. Barney L goes, I got that treatment. Yeah, you're going to learn. Yeah, you damn right you're going to learn. You guys will learn the hard way. 2 or 3 years from now, when it's all over the place, you're going to go, damn, O is talking about this all the time. And I could have bought this a long time ago at a lot cheaper price. You know, you'll see. That's all right. It's all good, dude. It's all good. I kind of feel bad for Louis now. No, you know what? I hope Louis M. has a little man in him and he goes, wow, damn, you know what? I'm an idiot. I didn't know about this. Maybe I should look up and find out about this. Wow, it sounds like it's the stock market, but in digital. Wow, I didn't know that. You know, if Louis M. has, a little cojones, if his BB's dropped a little bit and he's like, damn, you know what? O's being a dick, but at least he's educating me on this at the same time. And if I actually listen to him, you know what? Now I won't sound stupid because there's actually real things that go. These are actual companies. Because Louis M. doesn't understand that that's the stock market of the future. That's the part that people don't understand. That's what the crypto market is. It's the stock market of the future. But that's all right. That's all right. Pasta Vazu says, enjoy watching you, but you should stop going hard on these 14-year-old boys that comment on your show. When people make comments about too many commercials, their opinions, you just move on. Yeah, I know, but it's more fun to jam on them. And I think people love it, actually. They do. Because in this world, we run into so many idiots, and we don't get to tell them, wow, did you see that idiot? So, and here I get an opportunity to run into a lot of people, and a lot of good people, but every once in a while you'll have an idiot that doesn't really have any awareness. You know what I mean? And so you want to crush them a little bit and kind of wake them up a little bit because they come in cocky, right? Like Louis M. came in all cocky, like, yeah, let me give some big crypto comment. And, you need to undress him completely. And that's kind of what we do here on the show. You know what I mean? So for those of you out there, you will be policed. And Louis M. was just policed. And I think a lot of people there's a lot of people listening and watching that are also crypto people. So they needed me to do that for Louis M. Because what we cannot do is continue in this world to allow people to spew misinformation on a consistent basis. And they do it out of pure ignorance because they know nothing. So instead of, I sometimes my wife gets mad at me, but she goes, what do you think about that? I go, I don't know. I'm not a painter. I don't know. I don't know. I don't sell cars. I'm not exactly sure what that's going to cost. She comes to me with these things at times like I'm supposed to know it. And she kind of like gets frustrated a little bit when I tell her, I don't know. Because I have no problem telling you, I don't know. I have no problem. I don't know. I don't know. I'm done. And then I hope you guys explain it to me and clear it up and help me when I don't know. Happens plenty of times on the show. But it's not like these kind of guys, you're not going, hey, Louis, listen, crypto's real, man. You got to check it out. And the nice rate, oh, you're an idiot. You're just investing in something that's a pyramid scheme. How do you compete with that? So you know what you do when the guys that come at you like that, you come at them even harder. It's the nice guy approach to a guy that calls it a pyramid scheme. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. You know how ignorant you are to call crypto a pyramid scheme? You know what I'm saying? That you're super ignorant to call crypto a pyramid scheme. So what am I going to do? Play the nice guy role? Get the hell out of here. Yeah, that's not my style. Not my style. Let's see what else. Amen, Big O. Misinformation is the root of our current problems. Amen to that. I'd go put my crypto on Ledger Nano Wallet ASAP. There you go, Broward. And remember, Broward, bravado. If you're going to get your Ledger, your Ledger Nano, which you are 1,000% right, you should put it on cold storage. Buy it directly from the Ledger Nano company. Do not buy it from a third company like Amazon or buy it at a store somewhere. No, buy it directly from the company that sells the Nano wallets. Okay? Why do I say that? Because it comes with keys. And you just never know what employees are working for those other companies. And you don't know if they ever open those boxes and get those keys from those ledgers, and then they've got your keys. Right? Your keys, your crypto. No keys, not your crypto, correct? That's how we say it in this business. And so be very careful. If you buy your Nano wallet, buy it directly from the company. Go right to their website and buy it from them. Never, ever buy a cold storage wallet from a third party. Ever. Not a financial advisor, just a guy that loves crypto. Okay. Broward says, yeah, definitely do not buy from Amazon. I mean, I don't mind buying anything from Amazon, but that I'm not buying from Amazon. Okay. I'll buy anything else from Amazon, but not that. Every time I hear the words misinformation or disinformation, I think of the former Soviet Union. So many things that were labeled that way 6 months ago are true now. This isn't about crypto. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. Cuba, too, by the way, for those of us here in Miami. When we think of Cuba, when we think of misinformation. Check out Robert Breedlove, breaks down Bitcoin really well. Okay, let me write it down. By the way, that sounds like a porn star. Yeah. Let's Hollywood Nights tonight. It's Robert Breedlove. Special guest. What is it? Sika, right? Or something like that? What was her name? Robert Breedlove. That's porn star if I've ever heard porn star before, dude. I'm telling you. Big O, if McDaniel wins a playoff game next year, I will shed tears of joy. Alexander says, just tuning in. Can't believe people are under this narrative that McDaniel is a one and done. Alexander, listen, man, there's going to be people that aren't going to believe in the guy. What are you going to do? You know, that's just the way it is. I am not, look, I wanted Jim Caldwell. Everybody knows that. Okay. I told you after they want Dable or McDaniel. They ended up with McDaniel. Right now, in the way they're envisioning all of this, if they're keeping most of their defensive staff in place and the continuity of it, then the offense was broken. So the method behind the madness makes a ton of sense, what they're trying to do. Will it work? None of us know. But I'm not going to sit here. One, I've never given up on Tua. I think I've been as clear as day for months now that it's not Tua, it's coaching. Everybody was saying front office. I stayed with coaching. They've changed the coaches. Okay? Now let's see what happens from here on out. But I'm not taking the attitude of some of you out there. This is the problem. You gave up on Tua already. You gave up on Chris Greer. And now you've given up on McDaniel because Chris Greer hired him. And because he doesn't look like whatever you imagine a coach looking like, right? So this is what we're dealing with at this point in time. We have different sets of Dolphin fans. Those that are awaiting for disaster to happen, and those of us, and I'm in that group, that are hoping that everything works out. I'm not going to sit here for the next several months and just paint a picture of doom and gloom. I'm also not going to sit here and blow smoke up your ass either at the same time, because I never do that. But there is no reason to be negative at this moment on the changes, because the changes make a lot of sense. You had to change flow. It wasn't working. Now, those of us that believe in Tua, some of us do, some of us don't. That's where we're going to go. That's where the fork in the road is. Those of us that believe in Tua, we're fine with this move. Those of us that don't, well, then you don't think McDaniel or anybody is going to save him because you don't believe in the quarterback. I believe in the quarterback. I believe what was wrong was what was around him. Let's see what happens now. Let's give it some time. Let's hope for the best. And, man, what if it works? Then Then you built yourself up all offseason to hate this move, to hate everything about it, and then it ends up working. That's crazy. Now you're going to torture yourself because of all of this. Doesn't make sense. Big O, like you've been saying, we need a new offensive coaching. Well, now we're going to get one. We'll find out. If we're right, I suspect we'll do much better. Exactly. Hey, man, we haven't gone anywhere for 25 years or more. So, another year of trying to figure this out, it is what it is. And I just hope it works. That's all. I'm hoping it works. I think it makes a lot of sense. And I love that this guy has the desire to run the football. That will set up his quarterback big time. If they improve that line in that running game, I truly believe Tua will be a top 10 quarterback. And I know some of you out there, he'll never be top 10. You'll never win a Super Bowl with him. I disagree with all of that. I think if you have the right coaching and you give him a team like they have in Minnesota or Tennessee or New Orleans or the team that's in the Super Bowl, the Rams, he would be an elite quarterback. But he needs the coaching and he needs the team around him like any quarterback, just like Dan Marino. Dan Marino was not going to win a Super Bowl if you didn't give him the running game, the defense, and really the right side of the line. Will NFFC. Big O Gerald Alexander's getting an interview for DC role for the Jags. Well, I mean, a lot of people like him. So that's a good thing. Hopefully they don't hire him, but that's a good thing that knows that now that you've got a pretty good coach on your staff that other people like. Omar brags about him all the time. Cameron Wolf brags about him all the time. They love him. They say it all the time on the show. So let's not be surprised here that he's getting a little bit of a little bit of love. Ron G says you're wasting your breath. Some people enjoy being negative, or maybe they think that way, But you're right. There are some that just kind of enjoy it. Let's see what else. Broward Bravado says the best thing about McDaniel hire is it's not a rebuild. It's more of a cherry on top of the what's needed. Yeah, because really all you got to do is fix the offense. It's not like the defense is broken. So you can kind of stay with the same defensive scheme, tweak it a little bit, but not make major changes. It's the offense that needs changing. And the offense, there was never any continuity or chemistry. So you're not tearing anything down by fixing the offense. It's really, it's a great point on your part. It's not a rebuild. In any way, stretch, or form, it's not a rebuild. By the way, the Pats hired Joe Judge as their offensive assistant. So let me ask you something. Brian Flores is out there. Is Belichick going to bring him back? Or are the tire treads on the back of Belichick still too fresh that he can't bring Flores back? Think about that, dude. Flores not only burned himself with the league, he burned himself with the guy that gave him everything. And you go and crap on the guy because he sent you a text by accident. He made an old man mistake in the middle of technology, which, by the way, I am guilty of. And I'm not as old as Belichick, and I'm way more technically, savvy than Belichick ever will be. Okay? I figure for a 55-year-old man like I am, I'm actually pretty damn modern and pretty, forward thinking in that sense. But most people are not, and especially at his age, he can make that mistake. And Flo repays him by burying him there. Just saying. I just love the talk around that, somebody will hire Flo. They'll hire Flo. Oh, they'll hire Flo. Yeah. They'll give him a job as a defensive coordinator. Yeah, of course, because they hire rats to be defensive coordinators in the NFL. You know what I'm saying? Fish says Big O invested into Tua coin and invested more on the dip. He watched all the paper hand haters sell and going to watch everyone try to reinvest. That's it, baby. That's it. That's what I did. That's right. Tua's like that Bitcoin that dipped, and I said, I got to buy me some more Bitcoin. And I bought more stock in Tua now because I got myself a McDaniel in the mix. I'm going to get me a running game. I'm going to get me an offensive line. I'm going to get me some real play design, and Tua's going to take off and going to go parabolic. Yes, I'm with you, baby. No doubt, Fish. I'm all in on the Tua crypto. Yes. Big O, if you were at the press conference tomorrow, what will be a can't miss question you will ask? How important will it be for you to nail the offensive line coach hire? That's what I'm going to ask him. If I was in the press conference, I will be here with you guys. Well, we will be at Hialeah Park tomorrow with you guys. But yes, that's what I would ask. I would ask, how important is the offensive line coach, considering they had trouble protecting Tua and running the football, and your background? And then I would love to hear his answer on how important the hire is philosophically, well, what he believes in the run and all that. And I can hear his passion and then also hear his plan. That would probably be one that I would think of right away. There's not a lot of, there's nothing to go after the guy or anything negative, but that would be one that I would really love. Big O, a coach that takes advantage of the humidity in South Beach and pounds the ball when we did it when we were Kings. I agree. Definitely. You want 1:00 games and you want to beat the crap out of them and pound the hell out of the ball. Arnaldo says, Big O, our defense is good, but I think they add a linebacker that can go to sideline to sideline. They can be special. There's no doubt they need a thumper in the middle. They need a guy that can really stop the run. Yes, I agree with it. The defense is good. It's not great. It needs a couple of other pieces to be great. I completely agree with you, my brother. I could not disagree with that. Panthers tonight, by the way, in Carolina. The Heat are off tonight. They will take on the Pelicans on Thursday. What else do we have? Remember, we got a big game broadcast this Sunday at Champions Sports Bar at the Airport Marriott, 1201 Northwest Lejeune Road, right off of the 836 and Lejeune Road, right there. Free parking, free parking and secured parking too. And it's in the second building, by the way. So when you drive in, not the original building of the Marriott, the second building, the new one, it's in the first floor. Because those of you that have been in this town for a long time and you went to Champions originally in Marriott, it was in the original building in the first floor right when you walk in. Now it's in the second building in the brand new building, and it is a super cool bar. So our broadcast will start off at 4:00. We'll have some guests with us. So come on out, man. Great food, great place, great views. You've got a great section, a great restaurant and bar inside, but you also have a patio outside too. So we'll be out there. Sean and I will be out there from 3:00 on. We'll be on the air at 4:00. We'll take you till about 6:15 and get you ready for the Super Bowl, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. So come on out and join us, man. Watch the game over there at the Marriott at Champions Sports Bar. It's going to be a lot of fun. So please come on out this Sunday to join us. Frankie says, what would you ask Flores if you were interviewing him, Big O? It doesn't matter, my brother. He doesn't answer anything. So he only has passion for when he gets fired, and then he wants answers why nobody wants him. So asking Flo a question is a waste of time because He doesn't answer them. And that's the part that sucks. You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin, by the way, at 44,247 right now. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad. What do we have here in the Welton Rayom text line, just in case? Let me see what we got here. We got any new questions, new comments, new insults? Let's see what else. If Alexander goes to the Jags and he elevates to DC, would we get a third-round compensatory pick, or is that only for head coaching jobs? I think it's only for head coaches. I believe that. I believe that. Yeah, I don't think it's assistant coaches. So no, sir. Because there's plenty of minorities as assistants. Our problem is minorities in positions of power. That's the problem. South Florida Don says, do you use Nano X? Actually, I do have Nano X, but I don't have a lot of it in there. Why? Because I do a lot of staking. And when it's staked, it's in cold storage as it is. So I don't have to save. But some of the stuff that I can't stake, I stash it there. Yes. Yes, I do. What else do we have here? Somebody send me some picture. Oh, what the hell it is. Oh, my God, leaked to me through DM. McDaniel's handwritten to-do list. Fix O-line, cut Jesse Davis, make Tua better, find running backs, run, Waddle, run. Don't change a thing on defense. Maybe hire Fangio. Oh, you guys are a trip, dude. You guys are a trip. Okay. All right. We got all of that, I think, on it. Big O, I think you are right. Flo will never get a head coaching job. The worst thing that happened to him, and you got a taste of it. Let me explain something that happened to Flo now the last couple of days here. He has acted like a child. The release of Lovie Smith was irresponsible. Now this whole thing that Acho exposed that his, you're fighting a minority case, and all your lawyers are white. The way he's handled his press conferences, and the way he's kind of been insulted that he's not hired, that shows you that what they did with Adam Gase was wrong. That the Jets hiring him right away told him that you're right, the Dolphins are wrong. And that wasn't the case. The Dolphins weren't wrong. The Dolphins were right. They were wrong in hiring him, but they were right about him and finally got rid of him. The Jets were stupid enough to buy it hook, line, and sinker. And he went in and acted the same way he was here. Well, Brian Flores was acting the same way here publicly, which then shows you that if he gets the job from somebody out there, he would have acted the same way again. All that you saw, and there's more to come because he'll keep sticking his foot in his mouth. As I've said 100 times already, he's the wrong example for a real problem that the league has. You need to use other people to represent and fight that fight, not that guy. That guy will hurt the fight, not help. That's the difference. Brian Flores being a part of this case is the equivalent of a woman who lies about being raped, about being sexually assaulted, because then she starts hurting other women who are really sexually assaulted and raped, and then they're not believed. Why? Because this gold digger was lying. You don't use Brian Flores for this. You use Eric Bieniemy. You use Tony Dungy. You use Marvin Lewis. These are the people you use. The people that know how to represent themselves in good and even in the worst case scenarios. Brian Flores is not the guy you want to use as an example. And that's the thing that a lot of people have to get through their stinking hard heads. That's not the guy you want to use for this fight. That's the problem. And you watch his attitude and his behavior, it tells you he would have gone roughshod again like he did here wherever he would have gone. Leo V says, can we stop trashing Flo? Is this personal? Let's look into the future. Why keep trashing Flo? Leo, it's fun. I'm having fun. As the guy in the Warriors would say, I'm having a good time. What is it? What's the name of that outfit? Not the Clouds or something like that. Forgot the guy's name. But the guy says, Warriors come out to play. I'm having a good time. Anyway, so, and by the way, Leo, you sent a super chat, thank you, about Flores. So, what can I tell you? Flores is Rose McGowan. Holy crap. Oh, it's not trashing, it's the truth. That's actually true. Thank you, Frankie. Well, Flo can become a Walmart greeter. Oh, God, not. Unfortunately, he's a victim of his own attitude. I don't even think he likes himself either, just saying. Yeah, he's just the wrong guy you want to use for all of this. Tomorrow is the day Zach Thomas finally gets in to the Hall of Fame. Do they announce it tomorrow? You know what? I did not know that, Ron G. Thank you for reminding me of that. I had no idea that announcement's coming tomorrow for the finalists. Makes a lot of sense because we are getting closer and closer. So, yeah. Okay. I'm with you. Not a bad thing. What else do we have here to talk about overall? I got a little music stuff to talk about, by the way. That Ricky Lee Jones is touring. And most of you are not going to know anything about Ricky Lee Jones. Some of you that are hardcore music fans, you'll know Ricky Lee Jones from back in the day if you're old also. She had that one song, Chucky's in Love. And so she's touring. And I'm always amazed. Like when I see Lou Bega doing a American Express commercial and he's living off of Mambo No. 5. And I'm always amazed with these kind of artists. And she's doing a 14-date tour, not coming here, by the way, just in case, if you're worried about it, if you want to go. She'll be mostly in New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania. She'll go to the Jazz Festival in New Orleans, April 29th through May 8th. I'm dying to go to that one. But I am amazed that somebody with one hit can make it an entire career. And it happens all the time. But it's impressive. I got to say, it's absolutely impressive when they're able to do that. If you're a Foo Fighters fan, after the Super Bowl, they are going to stream a live performance on the 13th. Variety notes the band is teaming up with Meta for a concert that will be shared via the Foo Fighters Facebook and Instagram sites, as well as the Immerverse, a 180-degree VR experience available on Meta's social VR app, Horizons Venture. The concert, because of course, crypto, and metaverse, those things aren't real. It's all a Ponzi scheme. The concert will be directed by noted musician and music video director, filmmaker Mark Romanek, It will feature a custom stage design described as surreal, physical, fanatical, visual elements. Foo Fighters are stated to perform some rarely played tracks, including one the group has never played publicly before. Foo Fighters loves a challenge, from playing the biggest stages in the world to the tiniest clubs to making movies and miniseries. We've pretty much done it all, said Dave Grohl, but we've never collaborated with Mark Romanek on a conceptual set of songs, including one being played live for the first time ever for a worldwide audience where everyone has the best seats in the house, thanks to the most badass VR tech until now. Join us when we cross that one off the Foo Fighters bucket list. It'll be on the 13th. The show will start at 8 p.m. Pacific, which is 11 Eastern. All right, after the Super Bowl ends. So if you're a Foo Fighters fan, you may want to catch that. That is the last great rock band. You know that? That's the last rock band that can fill stadiums. No other rock band after them can fill stadiums anymore. Foo Fighters is the last one. I don't think there's another band that came after the Foo Fighters that can fill stadiums anymore. Arenas, yes. Stadiums, I don't know. Can you guys come up with a new rock band that can fill stadiums? Red Hot Chili Peppers was before them. What is wrong with you? Leo, come on, dude. Know your music history. Red Hot Chili Peppers is like from the early 80s, dude. The Foo Fighters are in the 90s. Mid to late 90s. Weezer, no, dude. Weezer can never fill a stadium. Weezer can go on stadium tours with other bands that are bigger, like they did recently, and it wasn't the whole stadium that they were doing, by the way. So, just so you'll know. The Stones did the whole stadium. They did not, even with 3 bands. Who do you think could fill a stadium that came after the Foo Fighters? Okay. So it has to be somebody very late 90s to in the 2000s. Webb says Red Hot Chili Peppers still fill stadiums. Hey, Webb, do you pay attention? Red Hot Chili Peppers is from the 80s. They came before the Foo Fighters. I said after the Foo Fighters. The Killers, no, they can't fill stadiums. They're good. They can fill arenas. They can go to amphitheaters, but they're not a stadium team. They're not a stadium band. I like the Killers. I've been to Killers concerts. They're not a stadium. Rock, remember, and we're talking rock, and Killers is right there. Nickelback, Lou Bega. Now, I love Imagine Dragons, by the way. They're not rock. They're pop. And they're not really a stadium band. They're arena. They were just here. They were at the AAA. If they could have gone to Hard Rock, they would go to Hard Rock. They don't do stadium tours. Alice in Chains can never fill a stadium if their life depended on it. Alice in Chains couldn't fill half of a stadium. Okay? Remember, they don't have Lane Staley anymore. And I love the new singer more than Lane Staley because he's actually like a real front man. He's got life. Like Lane Staley was so stoned there on the mic. He could sing, don't get me wrong, but you know, this other guy is actually way better than Lane Staley as a front man. Singing is different. He's got a great voice. And they do really good music, but they will struggle to fill arenas nowadays. Alice in Chains. They will never be a stadium. They've never been a stadium band. They never will be a stadium band. Bon Jovi, do any of you... Bon Jovi is no longer a stadium band anymore. Their music sucks. They rarely play old stuff. And, you know, they're an arena band, if anything. Love Muse. Not a stadium act. They are a arena and an amphitheater act, but not a stadium act. Nickelback. Grand Funk Railroad. U2, yeah, U2 is late 70s. Rage Against the Machine, not a stadium act. They can open up for U2 in the stadium, because I've seen that. I saw Rage Against the Machine open up for U2 at the LA Coliseum. But it was U2 filling up the LA Coliseum, not Rage Against the Machine.
Rage Against the Machine is a small arena act, amphitheater act. They're not even a full out arena act. I don't think they can fill arenas anymore. They're close, but they probably need another band to fill an arena like the AAA or something. They won't sell out the AAA, but they're definitely. I'm telling you, the Foo Fighters are the last great rock band that can fill stadiums. There's no other one that came after the Foo Fighters. Why are you people talking about Iron Maiden and Pink Floyd and all that? After the Foo Fighters. After. Cojones. After. Oh, wait a minute. It's pretty good. Tool is pretty good. But they're not stadium. They're definitely an arena. They're not filling stadiums. But Tool, that's somebody that actually thought about it and go, oh, okay, Tool comes after the Foo Fighters. At least Green Lion, I give Green Lion credit because at least he thought of a really good band that, man, they're right there. They're not a stadium band, but they're pretty close, man. Their thing, Tool can go and fill, they can sell 2 nights out in an arena. I mean, Tool's enormous. That's a really good one, man. Yeah, but selling out FTX is not a stadium. That's the thing. Close, but not there. Disturbed, definitely not a stadium act. They are a small arena and amphitheater. They're not even a big arena team, big arena band. Disturbed, I love, by the way, just so you mention it. But no, there's nothing. Nobody's come up with anything. That's it. How crazy is that? That after the Foo Fighters, there has not been one other rock band in the last 20 years that can fill stadiums. How crazy is that? No new bands left over after that. None. If anything, they're before the Foo Fighters that they came out. It's crazy. Green Day's before. Remember, Green Day is, I want to say Green Day's like 89 or something, 88, maybe 87. Dookie, let me see. Hold on a second. I want to say Dookie is, here we go. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now with the discography. Where are we at here? Albums. And the hell is it here? Where am I here? Ay, coño. Let me see. Did I go backwards? Yes, I did. No, actually, 90. I thought it was 80 something. 90. 39 Smooth was their first album in 1990. Kerplunk was 91. Dookie was 94. So no, they're before, and they're really good. They're a stadium act still because I saw them at the stadium. Now they had a couple of opening acts, but they're pretty close. But they're before. Like I said, it's hard, man. Coldplay's not rock, bro. Talk about rock. I love Greta. They're not a stadium act, not yet at least. They're a small arena and amphitheater. They're not even large arena yet. What else? Nothing. See, nobody's got it. Nobody's got it. Smashing Pumpkins, definitely not a stadium act. Arena, and that's about it. I don't think Smashing Pumpkins has ever been the kind of band that can sell out a stadium by themselves. You know? Imagine Dragons is labeled as indie alternative when searched on Google. I think they cannot fill a stadium. They just came to the AAA, my brother. Carlos, I mean, I was going to go. It was Sunday night. They can't fill a stadium. I've seen Imagine Dragons several times. I like Imagine Dragons a lot. I really enjoy their music. They cannot fill a stadium. They're not even close to being a stadium act. So, and they're not rock. I'm talking about rock. Like Foo Fighters is rock.
Okay, it's rock. Metallica's from the 80s. You guys have problems with like time. Oh, Lordy. All right, we are wrapping it up here on the show. We thank Joe Shad for joining us. We thank Cameron Wolf for joining us as always. We thank all of you out there as always. Don't forget Edge Energy Drink, baby. Smooth, delicious, zero aftertaste. We've got the link below. Make sure you check it out, buy it. And by the way, you got the big game coming up on Sunday. If you're going to hang out with the folks, go get yourself a little Tito's vodka, a little Grey Goose, maybe a little rum, and mix it up. And I'm telling you, Edge Energy Drink is amazing. myedgedrink.com is the website. Check it out for yourself. The link is below. And you can taste the greatest energy drink on the planet, Edge Energy Drink. And you can only get it right there with that link below. All right, let's wrap it up here. We thank Sean Stanley, as always. We thank all of you for tuning in. You guys are awesome. We will see you tomorrow in Hialeah Park. Same time, same place. Same bat channel, which is OK Coin Studios. See you later.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.